Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had a great day yesterday. Hello.
I'm ready for the holidays.
Yes.
I'm good to go.
You're good to go for this Friday the 13th.
Are you celebrating? Celebrating the holidays there, Carlos? It's by stabby something?
Yeah, no? Look at that, man.
Anyways, no?
Yeah.
Is it too much? Too much?
No, I like
celebrate Friday the 13th? I don't know.
Not maybe, much, but hey, it's never too much. Never too much.
Right. Well,
all right. Good morning, guys. Welcome over on YouTube X, and also our members over at BBT. Peter, what's going on? How you feeling today?
Well, it's I'm going to avoid dark alleys, farms that have been abandoned, and I certainly am not going to get into my underwear if I get threatened. So, I'm going to try and avoid the classical problems with this day. So, but, and by the way, we need to stick together. No splitting up. That never works.
That never works. You go that way, you go this. What? Somebody's after you, you're gonna split up. It just doesn't work. You have a better chance staying together.
Pick you off one at a time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also noticed that. You ever notice that all these, in movies and that, people always have things that like affect their peripheral vision. That's not a very effective solution when you're hunting things. It's really tough to see in this mask. But anyways, it's.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed.
Anyways, look, it's Friday, guys, and I know a lot of superstition around Friday the 13th. So if you're superstitious, seriously, you might actually want to adjust your trading today, right? You don't necessarily want to go crazy. You don't want to go and start just getting yourself into situations that you're not going to be comfortable with from a trading perspective, and as a result, probably lose money that you didn't need to. So take it easy, right? It's like any other day. You might have stuff going on that just says today's not my day in the market. That's okay. But maybe it is. Carlos, I think today's going to be your day because Friday the 13th or not.
Yeah.
We got some big news, big news. And I know you're going to be excited about it because if you've got that graphic to go up there.
I do.
It's been confirmed. This is very important news, everybody. Netflix has confirmed that there will be a sequel to K-pop Demon Hunters. So
best news all year so far.
Just confirm that. Very exciting. I know, Carlos, you've seen K-pop Demon Hunters like a trillion times with the kids.
I know it by memory. I mean, it is just some heavy rotation in the Moretta household. Oh, yeah. In fact, I went to pick up the kids yesterday at school, and as soon as I walked in, they were all dancing their after-school program, dancing to one of their songs. It's still going strong, man. They are just loving it. So there it is, friends. All right, guys, a lot more to come. We got plenty of stuff this morning as we start a new time, 8 a.m. here, guys, on YouTube. So welcome. If you're joining us for the first time, make sure to subscribe. We're on every single morning as we help you prepare for the market open here. So also live on X. They like to be called the VIP lounge over there. So live on X as well. Quick look at our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com, friends. Again, continue to be bouncing back and forth, red and green. Today we got more stuff in the green. We seem to be getting a lot of our usual suspects on here, like HIMS continues to just make this list. So up 2.5 again today. Had a big week so far ever since their gap up. They've been trading very well. And we got some other ones. I see Bitcoin is up slightly, so maybe some Bitcoin action this morning. And then we'll look at some earnings as well. On the downside of thing, we know BAT-L very well, continues to be on here, either gapping up or down. Today we're giving some back. Had a big day yesterday, and today we're down 5.3. And then Adobe with some earnings. We'll get into all of that this morning. Peter, let's take a quick look at our economic calendar that's coming up for today.
Yeah, well, actually, there's a fair amount of stuff, surprisingly, for a Friday that we got to look forward to. As you can see, the list is pretty full, and it's all clustered either at 8:30 or 10 o'clock. So really 8:30, the highlights off of here are the PCE prices, the GDP numbers, and then at 10, it's all about the job openings, the JOLTS number, as it's called. So really, that's the big number. Probably that's the biggest number for the morning. And that's coming out at 10 a.m. That JOLTS job number expected to report 6.76 job openings, 6.76 million, that is. Let's see what happens. That's, of course, January's number, which means it's, we're a little bit in arrears. So I don't know anymore how the market's going to react, because it actually has been paying attention to this data. So we'll come back to at 8:30 and talk about the first set of numbers, and then of course 10. We'll keep an eye on that, because if we're actively trading, you don't want to get caught by surprise. So those are the highlights.
Yeah, we'll look into that, friends, and see how that is
Nimoy's asking
playing out.
A question.
Yeah.
Nimoy's asking an interesting question. People still trust the numbers? I'm not sure why you would specifically distrust the numbers, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you trust or not. What matters is, how do we think the market is going to react to the numbers, right? It doesn't matter if they're accurate or inaccurate. What matters, of course, is how the market's going to move as related to the numbers. And that's going to come down to the programming of the algos and the interpretation of the numbers. That's the thing that, frankly, I care most about is, hey, if the number is different than the forecast, right, the market is going to react in what way. So the key thing for us to understand is, how's it going to affect your trading. And who knows if the numbers are accurate or not. I mean, there have been a lot of cuts in the government services. I don't know. I mean, it feels like Wall Street is still putting stock in it, pun intended. So I think that we should pay attention. If the market's going to move as a result, then we care, right? Whether they're accurate or not. So
yeah, good point. Again, for us, is when it comes to news and just overall market data, we're just looking for volatility. We care less if it's positive or negative as day traders. Right now, if you're investing heavy dollars, yes, this can affect you, because one small move one way or the other could mean millions of dollars for you or not, right? Depending on your account. But for us, we're looking like, is this going to create volatility that we can take advantage of? And if it does, great. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I'll tell you this much. After the shutdown that we have for 35 days or so, the market kept doing its thing, even when these things were supposed to be scheduled out. And when they came back on schedule, the market was like, we don't need your numbers. They were all delayed and everything. And the market just kept doing its thing. So I think slowly we'll get back to reacting a little bit more normal to those numbers. But again, for us, it's just, can it create some kind of volatility that we can take advantage of? But good question, Nemo. And you're right. I mean, they usually get correct in a few days, a few weeks anyway. So we'll see. ACXP. Let's get to our gappers list here. The first one on deck this morning is going to be up 21%, as you can see here. 1 million shares traded so far. And as far as the action, we're seeing some good movement on it right now. So low flow sitting at 1.3, so you got to be careful with that. But for the most part, looking good this morning. This one so far has had a couple of really good days on here. So we saw it a couple of times in our gappers list. It continues to trade with some good volume, Peter, at least in the pre-market. Let's see if that's going to amount to anything today. So I know it's usually not your cup of tea, Peter, but will you be watching this one today?
Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago that this first hit the radar, and I'm surprised that it's even still here. It does seem to be in play. Nothing really new. I mean, we talked about their earnings before. This is Accurix. Anyways, I don't know how to pronounce that. But a pharmaceutical company, and they have good phase 3 plans of a drug. So that's why they're moving. They're moving down right now. So I don't not going to be on my list. I just can't see. It's hard to borrow. It's not shortable. Today's volume too. The net volume yesterday, down significantly. I mean, we had 107 million shares on Wednesday. Yesterday we were down to 6.5. So you can tell it was like significantly less in play yesterday than it was the day before.
Yeah, agreed. So I don't know about this one. I'll put on the popcorn ticker there. We can come back to and see how it looks a little bit later this morning. Next, we have BMNR today on the list. We are up 4.3 so far, 1 million shares traded. Again, so a little bit in play here. And we do see a couple other tickers also on deck today. So, Peter, we're up nicely, 4.3. Daily, though, looks really bad here. Like, we have not moved much, right? So we've just been stuck in the back and forth, back and forth. Is today the day that we actually break out of this level? I mean, this thing has been a big area of resistance for it. Is today maybe the day?
I don't know. I'm surprised to see this back here. We used to talk about this more, and then it disappeared for a while. The news today is that they basically got it. It sounds a little bit inverse to me, but this whole sector of the industry in sort of their Bitcoin mining industry, it's all very weirdly incestuous and, and sort of self-feeding, sort of like the AI industry. But anyways, Bitmine got a $125 million funding from a company called 8Co, but as part of the deal, Bitmine's chairman got a seat on 8Co's board. Which normally, if 8Co's investing, then they want a seat on Bitmine's board, but instead it went the other way. So clearly, I don't, I don't quite get what's happening here, but they've got apparently hundreds of millions of dollars to play with, and they're trading it back and forth. It's causing stock appreciation. I'm not going to trade it.
Yeah, I don't like it here either. Continuing, friends, off our list here, MSTR is on deck this morning, a little bit of a pop here, 3.4. And we have some other ones. We have Coin, CleanSpark, we have Mara. I mean, they're all on deck this morning. So I don't see Hood, which is also tends to trade in relation to Bitcoin moving up. But Peter, we got some of the better names on here today. Anything you like from them so far this morning?
I feel like we're having to temper our expectations with Bitcoin. Normally, when you see all of the Bitcoin related companies, the treasury companies, the Bitcoin miners, when they pop up, that's because Bitcoin prices have soared. Soared? I mean, they've gone up. They went up from overnight. Last night they were sitting at about 70,000. Now they're at 72,000. Like, these are not the types of moves I'm used to on Bitcoin. Like, soared would have been, it's 90,000 this morning, and then we would see this type of move. Like, it just feels weird to see these companies move on such modest changes in Bitcoin's pricing. So, up 2.5%. Come on, you can do better. Do better, Bitcoin. But anyways, at least it's up.
Yeah, yep, agreed. There's some of your favorites on here, guys, you could choose from. Lately, I think I've been looking at Coin and Hood, and already Coin this morning. I do like the way it looks pre-market. Could use more volume. Hood, not so much. But Coin is one of my favorites to go to. I know a lot of you guys like MSTR because you're always watching this one. Again, this one also looking okay pre-market. Wish it had more volume, but pre-market, all of them looking somewhat okay. So I'm going to add... You know what? I'll add Coin to MSTR today. We'll do that, and then we'll come back and pick which one is going to be in our top of the list and so forth. So Coin and MSTR this morning, they both look okay so far. All right, continuing, friends. Again, this is brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. You can get your list there as well. We cover a lot of the Bitcoin tickers: MSTR, Coin, CleanSpark. We also had where's the other one on here? Oh, it disappeared. Mara. Circle of Internet is on here today. Let's see what's going on there. Circle of Internet. And their daily looks nice. Look at their daily over the last couple of weeks, man. They've been actually doing okay. They went quiet for a while, right? You can see these stretches was not a whole lot of movement even in here. But end of February, they have turned on the jets here, and they're moving pretty well, Peter. So already this morning, 505,000 shares traded. They're up 2.6. And maybe we'll watch this one today. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of green out there. Circle of Internet happens to be one of them. It's funny. I used to have those on one of my charts, and I took them off just because I just don't like the way it trades. Like, I mean, if you look at that daily chart, yeah, it looks like they've been doing pretty good, right? As the stock price has been moving up over the month of March, over the last couple of weeks. But I mean, a lot of that happens overnight. It's rare that you get that intraday move. I mean, just look at that. If you look at the 5-minute chart for yesterday, it would have been totally frustrating to have watched this. So I'm just as happy that I didn't take a look at it. Yeah, I don't know if you have that 5-minute from yesterday, Carlos, but I mean, we look at that and say, oh my God, that's ugly, right? If you're a range trader, maybe you would love it, but that's not
for
what
which one?
just
For
a
Circle of
five-minute for
Internet?
yesterday. Like,
Yeah.
look at yesterday's
Yeah.
price action on Circle of Internet. Like, that's not the type of stock that we can trade using our common strategies. Again, if you're a range trader, you short at the high and you buy at the low, and you could play that. You could have sort of played that pretty much all day, but it would have been just. I hate that type of trading. It's very
It's brutal.
frustrating. So
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
not what I
brutal.
do.
Yeah.
So short answer, no, I'm not going to trade that. But there's lots in the green that we can look at. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not a lot on our list here. I notice hymns is at the bottom of the list. It's not on your list. It's on the bottom of
It
mine.
was on there. It was on.
Yeah,
It
actually,
keeps
you're right. It
coming.
just dropped off
Yeah.
my list.
Yeah. On
Wow, it
and
keeps
off. Yeah.
popping on and off. Yeah.
Yep.
So so there's that one. We all know the story on hymns with the deal with Novo Nordisk. Yesterday they had a down day, but a lot of stuff did. But we're looking better today, and maybe it can move up. I still think we're going to have an inside day, meaning it's probably going to play within the range that it had set yesterday. But it still gives us from about a $3 range roughly here to play within. But there's a lot of green stuff if you want. I mean, Tesla. I mean, everything. All the Magnificent Seven stocks are green except for Meta, for whatever reason, which is down 1%. But all the semiconductors are up. Nvidia is a good example where you just can't keep Nvidia down. It was sort of moving down yesterday morning on Nvidia, and then sometime sort of mid morning, and after that move down, it did an about face, reversed, and went right to the high of day. Like it typically makes these moves. And I
Yeah.
know we were
Yeah.
looking at Nvidia this morning, Carlos. I mean, it is just, you can't argue that they've had significant, organizational growth. And, as the most valued company on the planet, what is their, I haven't looked recently. Let's see. What is their current market cap? $4.4 trillion. So, yeah, they're far and away the most valuable company out there. And I guess it makes sense. Carl, I love that chart that you had where you look at the revenue growth over the. I mean, look at this. This is the revenue growth, and this is quarter over quarter. We're just looking from
Yeah.
from the second quarter of 2023 basically to now. Look at this. Their revenue has grown tenfold. That's hard to do when you're starting from a $7 billion base to go up to essentially $70 billion a quarter.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, you got to give them
Yeah.
that.
That is not easy to do, man. They are crushing this. Very impressive. We saw this morning, me and Peter, and we were like, what the heck? Like, they have grown, but when you put the numbers
Yeah.
together, it's like it almost doesn't make sense. It's something like out of a movie. So they're doing pretty good. All right, Peter, as far as the gap up, anything else or any earnings you got on deck this morning? Gapping up.
I have some earnings. If we look at the earning calendar, there's a couple of things that I was going to highlight, but they're gapping down this morning, and I guess we'll talk about those as they gap down, because we've got as much as we're gapping up this morning, overall the market is starting to look a little troubled. And it's getting people nervous. It's getting a lot of people nervous. And in fact, private equity, which is one of the things that we don't talk about, because that's sort of the big hidden money, right? How private equity money moves around and sloshes around the market. And there's tons of money. There's actually more money out there in private equity than there are in the public markets. But a lot of the private equity is starting to struggle, and we can specifically see, Carlos, the Morgan Stanley and BlackRock, for example, have seen a significant amount of money leave their private equity funds. So much so that it sort of fits our Friday the 13th theme. Have you got a little chart on that one?
Oh
There you
yeah, I
go.
do.
Look at that. So this private equity, this private credit, they've started to like pull back. Where Morgan Stanley and BlackRock, I said they've seen so many people pull money out of the funds. Partly because actually they've wanted to go into AI and other areas that these companies haven't focused on or their funds haven't focused on, but partly just because they're sitting on the sidelines, waiting to see what's going to happen next. Morgan Stanley on some of their top funds have actually started to restrict redemptions. And that's never a good sign, right? If you're a big investor, one of the reasons why you invest in these private equity funds is for liquidity, right? You put your money with other big pools of money, and then the theory is you can get at it at any time. You get the returns, but it's not locked in for extended periods. As they start to restrict your withdrawal period significantly, that gets investors nervous, which often leads to further withdrawals. So, right now, again, it's just a sign of the anxiety, I think, that's sort of sitting behind this market. And it makes sense, right? The US entering a new war. The fact that market signals is uncertain. Heck, even earlier this morning, right? As some of you were talking about, do you even trust the data? Well, not everybody's trusting the data these days, and that makes
Yeah.
sense too. So, what's really happening, and if you've got $100 million that you're wanting to protect, you may say, you know what, I'm willing to risk missing on some gains just to make sure I've preserved that capital for my family, my funds, my corporation. So in any
Yeah.
event, it's what do we do short term? Nothing. But longer term, we watch this and we sort of wait and see how the market reacts. Overall, this market has been surprisingly resilient. We certainly are heading downward, right? February and March have been downward, not upward, but not significantly, right? It's sort of, if you look at this, we're still in this top end range, and you just have to zoom out of this chart on the daily chart of the SPY to understand. Don't forget, we're still sitting in, all-time high-ish territory where, this is, we first hit this range here back in September of last year. And, I mean, we've never been here before. So, there's lots of room. If we were to drop, we could see some quite significant drops back to the same area. I mean, if you look at where we were this time last year, oof, Carlos, if we went there, that would be recessionary pressures, right? Because that would bring
Oh yeah.
them
Yeah.
all the way back to about 560, and
Yeah.
that would certainly send some shockwaves through the market. But so far, we haven't seen. I mean, this market has been so resilient, despite all the nervousness, despite the concern. This market seems to be holding up here. So it's just I keep asking, how long can it do it though? Right? Like again, all this news of redemptions and people pulling back from the market, it still seems to hold water. It's still holding up here. So, anyways,
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. I mean, it's not really good for anybody. My long term, retirement portfolio would not like it if this market put a 15% pullback. I wouldn't be looking forward to that. But
Yeah,
anyways,
that
we'll
wouldn't
see
be
what happens.
fun. That would not be fun.
No, no.
All right, friends. Our gap up list continues to grow with some of the tickers coming in on and off the
Actually,
list, like HIMS. Yeah, Peter?
you're asking about gap up. I was actually surprised to see something I wanted to talk about here that I'm surprised to see gapping up because you were talking about the travel industry before, and
Yes.
there's been a lot of concern and actually some negative news coming out with the cruise lines, for example, because we know two industries that travel industry is very deeply impacted by oil prices. So the cruise lines and the airlines, a big part of their cost is fuel, and they really struggle when oil prices start to get very variable, right? Because I mean, they often have long-term contracts for their fuel, but the price of those contracts change, and then they have to readjust their forecasts, and it's problematic. So we've seen. So this is maybe a little dramatic, but Carnival Cruise Lines is one that warned profit. They gave profit warnings because of the price of oil and saying that they may have to call off their forecast. They didn't actually change their forecast, but they said they might have to change their guidance. They're sort of waiting to see how quickly can this be resolved with the lack of supply coming through the Strait of Hormuz. And for now, it's not looking like it's changing anytime soon. I mean, the Trump administration is saying it's all good. We'll have it fixed momentarily. The information coming out of the region doesn't seem the same. In fact, just yesterday, the new supreme leader in Iran said that they will not allow any traffic to pass through the strait and are continuing to mine and send drone attacks and missiles at anything that tries to go through. So we just have to keep an eye on it. I know that and the administration is taking the U.S. administration is taking some big steps. Like Trump said yesterday that he was going to be allowing or encouraging, I guess, the purchase of Russian oil for if it's already in the water. If it's on a ship, then it's one of those where the administration is sort of supporting allies acquiring it. It's not going to ease the supply demand because I think there's something like, I don't know, it's funny these estimates, right? There's something like 135 million barrels of oil, Russian oil, sitting on ships floating around the world. The U.S. just released 400 million barrels from their strategic reserves, but that doesn't compensate for the 500 billion barrels that are being lost out of the Strait of Hormuz. That'll only get worse, right? So it's all It just bottom line is your gas prices and oil, the price of a barrel of crude is going to go up likely more before it goes down. We saw it around $100 in the last couple of days. Carlos, this morning, I think it's slightly below 100, but still, it's up at a range that we haven't seen for a while. If we look at oil prices, and we have to also keep in mind, oil prices they're not as high as they have been, right? Like back in 2008 when we had the big market crash. I mean, oil prices spiked significantly higher than they are now. No, I'm not sure that gives us a lot of comfort. We don't like to see oil prices up that high, but you can see when we had the big, crisis back in the 80s. I mean, this is a chart that goes from 1950 right through to today, but you can sort of see the relative price of oil, and there's unfortunately room to go higher, but it's just so much higher than it has been in recent past when it was quite low. So, no wonder these oil companies are going up, and battle keeps sorry, but why can't I say that word? But I will keep wanting to call it a battalion, and that is not a word. Battalion, oil.
Yeah.
Anyways, it keeps showing up on our list. So oil in play, oil stocks in play. Tough to trade though, because every burp of news, right, gets the oil stock prices moving in anticipation of what may come. So, I'm watching it. I haven't traded it, Carlos. We've been here, every day, and I haven't touched any of these oil stocks, but maybe the day will come.
Yeah, we're hoping to get some of that action. But I'll tell you this, though, it has not been lackluster. We've been getting a lot of good activity on some other names. So the trading, especially towards the end of this week, has been much better. So that's good. That's good. All right, let's see what's gapping down, my friends. We got some stuff here in the red, starting with Adobe. And we got actually 2 minutes to some data coming out. So we'll actually see how that plays out in just a second here. But Adobe gapping down, and clearly, Peter, not doing so well here. Down 8.3, 570,000 shares traded. So in the red this morning. And earnings last night. Earnings, not treating them well.
Yeah. Actually, their earnings were good. The funny thing was their earnings, it wasn't a bad report. They actually beat their numbers. They showed double-digit growth, a lot of adoption of their AI, but it just wasn't enough to fight this market downtrend. The market got a negative sort of bent yesterday, and unfortunately, Adobe, their earnings just came at the wrong time, I think, because they dropped. They're down about 8%. They were down about that overnight. Let's see. Yeah, they're still there, 8% down. And again, it's overall the company's doing fairly well, better than analysts had anticipated. They did announce that their CEO will be stepping down, and they've started a CEO selection process. So they got a new chief executive that they're hunting for. So nobody's appointed, and the CEO, by the way, is going to stay in place until the new one is identified. So they're identifying a smooth transition there. It doesn't look like that's going to be a key problem, but it's I think this is a good one to watch this morning because it's a little surprising at how much it moved. Now, We do have data that's coming out right now if we want to look at the economic calendar, being that we're at 8:30. Oh, I can share a screen if you don't have it there. There you go. Sorry, I should have done that earlier. It looks like so let's start with the GDP prices. GDP prices came out a little bit of a mixed picture because the Q4 numbers came out and are slightly lower than expected. You can see the actual 0.7% versus a 1.4% growth forecast. Interestingly, the GDP index overall, though, was up marginally, so that's good. PCE prices is the other one that we were looking at, and they basically came out right on target. So nothing doing with the PCE prices. They just hit their target. The market, it moved down initially, and now it's popping up slightly, but it's very light move here. So not really much happening on that. The big one, again, as I mentioned, don't forget the JOLTS job number at 10 a.m. That's really, I think, the one that's going to get this market going, if anything will, or is going to push it, is this JOLTS job number. So if it comes out significantly weaker, look for the market to drop. If it comes out stronger, the market will pop up. If it comes out right on target, the market will probably just continue to do whatever it's doing at that time. So that's the big one that we're going to watch. So far this morning, like I said, the numbers that we've seen are not having a big market impact. So,
yeah, pretty quiet for the most part. Market overall is just going from red to green here this morning. So you can see a nice movement in the overall SPY. Qs at the moment, let's take a look what's happening there. Same situation, just kind of going into the green this morning. So a little bit of strength going into this pre-market session for the SPY. So we'll continue to keep a look out on that. We spoke about Adobe, Peter. As far as keeping it on your list, is this something you're going to have on deck this morning?
I think I will. I want to watch it because I want to see what it's going to do. I'm surprised that it's down as much as it is off of the, positive earnings report. So, I don't have huge expectations it's going to move, super energetically, but I'll watch it to see what it does.
Yeah. Did they have a split or did they drop this much? I thought they were like $2,000 stock or something. Did they? No, it looks like they just dropped. Okay.
I think that's just their stock price moving. Yeah.
Oh man, these guys are 1.700. AI, this is AI's fault. Who's using Photoshop now when they are just using a $20 version of ChatGPT and creating an image? And which one is the one that Alex on the palm tree? You see in chat, he uses a very good one. He creates pictures that are like really good.
I don't know
what software is that.
I'm not sure what AI engine he's using, but he's very fast with it one way or the other to create images. So he must pay for a premium account. But
Google Banana. So Andrew is saying that Google Banana Gemini is the one he uses. Whatever it is, man, it's really good. So think about it. Who's going to sit there now and do a Photoshop? It's going to take them a couple of hours, and even videos. It's crazy. We were talking yesterday about Instagram. Me and you, Peter, and how quickly it is to make a video edit with CapCut, right? So CapCut is a software. You pay $30. You record a couple of videos. You load them up. It does all the editing for you in minutes, not even minutes, seconds actually. So it's it's tough business to be in. I think the CEO sees something here, and he's out. He's like, I'm out of here. This is a sinking ship. He's doing this right here. He's jumping boat. So. We'll see. All right. Back to our gappers list, friend, brought to you by tradingterminal.com. We do have BAT, which we kind of spoke about a little bit here. We've been watching it. I'm going to put it on my list again, maybe in the secondary, but still have not been able to trade this one. So I'll add on the secondary list here for now, and then we can always come back to it. You can look at other energy style tickers, XLE. You have crude oil. We got plenty of other stuff you can look at for these energy plays. But again, like I mentioned earlier, we've been seeing more opportunities on our regular tickers. The last one on here, Peter, that we have not spoken about is AAOI. AAOI, if I can type this one on here. AAOI, okay. There we go, got it. I always have problems typing this one. I notice that every single time. AAOI here. It's just weird the way the letters are placed here. I don't know. We are down 4.2. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't flow. Things got to flow. When something doesn't flow, it just creates resistance, and this ticker does that for me. Down 4.6, 355,000 shares traded. Normally, every time this one comes up, we never usually put it on the list. Any news that might be worth looking at this morning?
The stock dropped on the news that there was a whole bunch of insiders that were selling shares. I feel it's a little bit overblown because these insiders were absolutely selling shares. The CFO, a couple of directors, they were selling a bunch of shares. But look at the price. Look at AAOI's price over the last couple of weeks, where it's gone from under $50 to over $120. No wonder they're taking advantage. They're just taking some money off the table. And if I look at the size of their shares, for example, some directors were selling up to 50,000 shares. But when you own 300,000 shares, why not? Why wouldn't you take some money off the table when the stock price more than doubles, especially when it hasn't been here in years? Well, I don't think this is all-time high. Yeah, this is like far and away all-time highs. So the last time they were even close was 2017, when they spiked up to just over $100, but then dropped all the way down to, like, I don't know, where was their low? Like, yeah, their low was under $2. Like, AAOI's got a wild daily chart where it was over $100 back in like I said, 2017. By 2023, it was under $2. So when the stock price gets back over $100, hell yeah, I'd be taking some money off. So anyways, it's dropping this morning because of the redemptions, but I don't blame them. I would be doing the same thing, because you're like, I've seen this movie before, right? I'm not gonna let it ride again, especially if you did last time. You're like, I'm taking some off. I'm putting some money in the bank just in case.
Yeah, man. I this is wild. This is wild. Um, Man, you talked about it so good. It makes me want to put it on the list. So I am
It
actually
just
gonna put
doesn't
it.
intra
Yeah, I know,
intraday. It
I
doesn't
know.
trade all that
But
well,
listen, man,
unfortunately. But
if we're gonna fall off a cliff here on this one, right? It looks like it's not doing so well right now.
hmm,
You'd have to take a lot of shares to get a good move. So I don't know. Um, on the secondary list, I just want to see what happens. More of a popcorn ticker, really. AAOI. And we can always come back and take it off or change it for something else. It's not a low flow, it's a 70 million shares flow, so a little bit on the higher side, but you do have to treat it like one, because this bad boy can move, so you got to be very, very careful. Peter, that covers our gap up. As far as, I'm sorry, our gap down. Anything else you like that we haven't covered yet?
again, so much stuff is gapping up this morning. That's really the core of our list. I mentioned the only thing from the Magnificent Seven, from the big boys, if you will, out in the market that's gapping down, is Meta. Meta is down about 1%, just 1%, well, 1.4% now this morning, and it doesn't seem to be on any news. I don't have anything on it, so I know that, I mean, there's always active competition between these big stocks, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, all trying to get AI supremacy. They're announcing different things. For instance, Meta is taking on Nvidia by They've announced some new chips. They're actually building their own chips, so they don't have to buy through Nvidia. It could be that there's some concern over that, that investment. It's not easy producing high-end chips, which is why Nvidia's got such a lock on this marketplace, because it's a very complex task. There's this great video, Carl. I don't know if you've ever seen it. I've run across it multiple times, where they actually show if you look at, we talk about microprocessors all the time without really understanding what a microprocessor is. And they actually show, like, there's this great video where they zoom in on a microprocessor, like how big is an individual, like, bit switching circuit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's microscopic. It's the size of an atom, right? Like, and because they zoom down, and when you get this thing where they start, and I can't remember what they look at with the first thing they start with, but it's something like you look at an ant, the size of an ant, and then you go to like a grain of salt, and then you go to the width of a hair, and then you keep going down and down and down to, like, you realize that these chips that they're making have millions of these little processors on
Yeah.
them. And anyways, it's pretty cool, and when you start to realize how complex these things are, and the actual technology needed to make the technology. So anyways,
Yeah.
Meta is gapping down. So if you want something that's moving opposite to the general motion of the market today, Meta could be your one, because it's continuing to drop. It's moving down now, not huge volume, which means it could turn around when the market opens. So I actually thinking, as I'm talking about it, I may want to watch Meta just to see what it's going to do here this morning, because
Yeah.
it does seem to be a little more active than it normally would be at this time. So, but that's about it.
Yeah,
Everything
and
else.
I like the daily on Meta too. Like if last time we came here, well, the few times we came here, we found a way to bounce. We're back at it again. You know, is this time going to break, or are we going to keep bouncing from? Clearly, this is a big support area. So, you know, I like it too, man. I really like the daily on this one. Normally, Meta is not one of my go-tos. I think out of all the Max Sevens, it's not one of my favorites, but today the intraday and the daily looks interesting. All right, so far from me, friends, MSTR, Coin, Adobe, and we got Meta as well. And of course, we'll look at our usual suspects like Nvidia, like a Tesla. Which, by the way, if you look at Nvidia now, Peter, this thing is looking. I mean, I know it's following the market. Like if you look at the SPY, it's doing the exact same thing, but still, this looks very nice. I mean, just look at the SPY here, right? I mean, you can
Yeah.
pretty much overlap this, right? So looks
Yeah.
interesting.
My news just got updated, by the way. Thank you to those in the chat room that were telling me, hey, it just had news. And you're right. I just refreshed here. And it looks like the reason why it was dropping in the last couple of minutes is they did announce that they've delayed the release of their revamped AI model platform. So there you go. So that's
Meta.
clearly what the insiders were seeing and why it's dropping. So again, another reason why you might want to watch it at the open if they're having to delay the release of their new product. That's never seen as a good sign.
Yeah. What was the other company that's hooking up with? Is it Meta or for their glasses? What's that?
Hooking up.
What's that? Yeah, they were getting together for they're going to build some glasses for Meta. I had a big jump this week. I forgot the ticker name.
Oh yeah.
They were building glasses for I think it was for them. So I
Yeah,
wonder how.
it was a small
It's a
company.
small, yeah.
It was yeah, it was on our list like one day. For the life of me, I can't remember
Yeah,
what
I
that
can't remember.
ticker
We go
was.
through so many tickers, but I wonder if that's holding up there. Oh yeah, there it is. See we got this is what we got a community. So Himax, right? Okay, so it did sell off a little bit. Himax here technologies, and you can see it here just hanging out, not doing a whole lot. Up 5.4, but the big day was obviously yesterday with that announcement. So I'll keep a look on how these guys look a little bit later. All right. I think we are set, friends. I don't have anything else. Our gappers list on the way up continues to grow. You can see more tickers coming up there, and that's due to the SPY moving higher, right? So kind of the overall market feeling a little bit green this morning. Looking forward to see how we open up today. And also, it's always exciting when you have these conflicts overseas, right? How we're going to close this Friday. Like, what's the sentiment for investors, traders going into the weekend when things get locked up, and what can possibly take place with them not being able to take any action, right? So you just kind of you strap on and just wake up on Sunday morning or Sunday evening, because after hours when it opens up, and see how the market and everything is reacting. So we'll be interested to see how we close the day here, but looking good and green so far on a lot of our stuff today, as you see here. All right, friends, let's go to you guys, see what else you guys like this morning. So I'm looking at our YouTube chat, I'm looking at X, any tickers you guys want us to look at. And Peter, if you have anything else you want to throw on the board, we can pull it up as well this morning.
Okay.
Checking
I
here.
mean, I don't offhand. Let's see what we've got out there.
Yeah.
NVIS was one that we were looking at yesterday. Well, a couple of days ago, right, is when it really hit. It really hits, and it traded well a couple of days ago. Yesterday was not as good, in my opinion, but it was still in play. I mean, the volume was still relatively there, I suppose, but I don't know. I think it's done. Done for the week.
Yeah.
Done for now.
Yeah, yes, it was pretty bad there. Pre-market action has some activity, but again, I think we'll find some better stuff to look at. So what else, friends? We do have Meta on that. Oracle, yes, Oracle. Oh, Oracle was so beautiful yesterday. So good, guys. I mean, we took advantage of this amazing short, all the way down to what, 159. Kept going lower. It did hit 158 after hours, but 159 was where it closed up here. And just look at that, just a beautiful drop. And I was normally I don't get to do this, but I was able to ride this out all the way towards the end of the day, Peter. So it was a really nice short. I didn't have much towards the bottom here around 159, but man, was it a nice short. So today, not much volume, of course. They usually do this. They get good volume when their news is out, then they kind of start slowing down a little bit. Is it going to be in play today? You might just get more choppiness today. I don't think you're going to get the great trading we saw yesterday or even the day before. But it treated me so well. I don't mind putting it on a secondary. I don't mind at all. You treat me well, you get a pass to go on the secondary list.
Yeah, and you had a great trade on it. Like you really sort of got in there at the right time and stuck with it. So I got to give you full credit for that.
Yeah,
that's
thank you, man.
good.
Yep. All right, let's see. Meta. Yeah, we got Meta on deck. PLTR. Let's take a look at PLTR here. PLTR, I know people have been crushing it. I see a lot of you guys doing very well, but it's been tough to find opportunity for me, at least. Right now here, doing the same thing the market is doing, going from red to green, looking better after 7 a.m. this morning, 674,000 shares and climbing. Daily has the potential of a possible breakout here if we can get something going. So, yeah, it looks decent, Peter. Are you watching this one closely? Have you been putting it on your list?
PLTR has been a sort of a decent one to keep an eye on a regular basis because you just never know when it's going to move. But you just look at the daily, as you can see, look at how many of these days we get these like real spinning top type dojis where PLTR closes at the exact same spot it opens pretty much. And it happens over and over again. So you just never know when it's going to get those days that it's going to move well. So yeah, you can watch it, but understand you're just watching it for the eventuality, for the day that it finally decides to do something fun. Because we always feel like, Carlos, we'll watch it for 3 or 4 days and we're like, it's not worth it. And then the next day will be the day it does the thing, right? So yeah, I mean, yes, it's always sort of on one of my screens, but I just have it there so that hopefully I don't miss when it eventually does something interesting. Will it be today? Yeah. Probably not, but you never know.
Yeah. All right, so there you have it, friends. Secondary for me, I know I have a lot today, but man, there's so much to look at. I won't be able to add everything on here, but I do like PLTR when it is in play, and we'll see what takes place here. A lot of you guys are mentioning the SPY pushing higher. Yeah, I can see a little bit of some more movement upwards here. So again, should be interesting going into the market open. All right, what else, friends? What else we got here? Nvidia. Yeah, we talked about Nvidia earlier, and it's one that we're always watching. Again, moving with the SPY now for the most part, but it's Nvidia, the Teslas of the world, we'll have on deck as well this morning. So we'll keep a close eye on those and see if any trading opportunities do show up for either Tesla or Nvidia this morning. I just can't add no more to my primary list. I'm thinking of moving either MSTR or coin down to make room. So I'll end up finalizing what we watch here in just a second. All right. What else? LWLG is one that we had in play yesterday. Today, fun might be over. So I know it popped up pretty good yesterday. I actually held its gains, but today might be a little bit tougher to trade. So if you watch it, just be careful on that one as it continues to try to hold on to this gain. It's up 3.1 this morning from up big yesterday after it took off here. MU again, all the semis are doing the exact same thing. Look at MU here, red to green, just following the overall market. The market is feeling nice at the moment, and some of these tickers are feeling nice as well. Look at Nvidia go, AMD. AMD's doing the same thing, but man, it does not look as beautiful as Nvidia and some other tickers, right? I don't know if it's because the volume is one of them. Clearly, Nvidia has 3.1 compared to the amount of volume that AMD has, only 600,000. But even MU looks better with 900,000. So yeah, I don't know, man. AMD is not trading as well as it used to at the moment. Today, it'll come back. They usually do. But for me, Nvidia and MU look way better. And if I had to pick one, it's gonna be Nvidia for sure. Nvidia's got great volume, can trade very well, and right now looking very nice. How many I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I could afford one more on the primary list, but I'm definitely hitting the limit here on what I could watch throughout the day. Oracle, I have it on the secondary list, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I see that the pop SPY happened because France and Italy talk with Iran on securing safe passes through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, that affects them. Obviously, they want their oil quickly, keep their prices low. So let's see how that plays out. All right, Peter, I don't have anything else. I got my list ready to go. Let's go to community events and announcements. Friends, you can always head over to variabletraders.com and see what is happening, including our beautiful funded account here, guys. This place, you can see how traders are doing. So you can see the active traders, the ones that completed, and how much they got paid out. But if you click on current traders, you do the drop down here, you can see how our active traders are doing now. And man, we got these top three here, they're holding on pretty tight. Danya, Deepa, and Jo, they're right in there 17, 21,000, 27,000. And then you got the upcomers here, Kyle and Keegan. I think it's the top five here. These guys they've been steadily holding on to those wins. So those will be some good payouts at the end of their trade their deadline there. So that's good. And then we got some other ones down here. You can see everyone. You click on here and see their details on how they're doing. So if you want to learn more about the funded account, head over to tradingterminal.com, click on funded account, and you can sign up there. Or if you're lucky enough, you can win one here if you're part of the Lambus and Garbage Truck family. We'll give one away a little bit later when we do our funded account giveaway. So, but to see what's going on, click on webinars, head towards the bottom, and Peter will let you know what's happening for this Friday.
Well, it's Friday, which means we normally lighten the load in terms of the number of webinars that we're giving here for the community and focus on the bootcamp. The only thing we've got going on today is that bootcamp prep meeting that Mike hosts. That is for everybody that signed up for the Peak Capital Trading Bootcamp. And if you're not familiar, that bootcamp is a way to accelerate your trading journey. It's really a pretty intensive 3-month course. We sort of 2/3 of the way through the current one. The next one will be starting in May. So, but it's never too early to get started. In fact, it's better to get started now so you can sort of work out some of the details on what your focus strategy is going to be, because that bootcamp is going to help you understand how you can sort of improve that strategy and create good habits that'll take you through a long-term trading journey. So you can start that prep today. If you're already signed up, then you have the email invite. You know where to go. It'll be through the Peak Capital Trading site and our meeting rooms there. And Mike will take you through that prep. So that's for everybody there. And of course, like Carlos is saying, if you want to join the community, it's a great place to be, to trade actively all day, not just through the morning like we do here with you guys live on YouTube. But if you want to see the experts, right? I mean, our foremost traders, Brian and Andrew, trade the open. They're both excellent traders at the open and have made a ton of money trading that open. If you want to see them trade live, you've got to be a member at Bearable Traders and join that chat room. Go to bearabletraders.com and you can look at the different membership options in there. Sign up for the one that's right for you right now. We do have a discount on the Elite Annual, 50% off that. That'll give you everything, all of the webinars, all of the educational material, and of course, full access to that chat room for one price for a full year. So use the code St. Patrick's and you can get that discount. St. Patty's, that's next week, eh? Coming up next week. So there you go.
Yeah.
And that means that I am like less than 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today, Carlos, I'm going to be in Cairo. And that's exciting for me.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see the pictures and hear the stories. So yeah, man.
We regularly do these retreats as part of a trading community, because why not? If you've got a trader's lifestyle, let's travel the world and let's trade where we've got opportunity. We've done retreats to Thailand. Carlos, you went to Thailand.
Yeah, it was fun.
To Spain. Mike and Andrew, of course, were in Spain, and they did that one earlier this year. Last year, we were in Colombia. We've been all over the place. Of course, less exotic places for us, anyways, like Vancouver and San Diego, New York City. But I mean, we've traveled all over the place and done some really, really cool stuff. So this time, it's going to be through Egypt. We're going to 3 different locations in Egypt, starting in Cairo, ending in Luxor. I'm really looking forward to. In fact, I hope that the internet should be good. We've got a private yacht booked one day, and we're supposed to be live trading off that yacht. Sort of in the. I'm not sure if we're in the. I think we're off the coast on the Red Sea. That should be pretty awesome, right? I'm looking forward to coming to you live from that. So that'll be very cool. Vancouver's exotic. All right, Vancouver can be exotic. I mean, it depends where you're coming from, right? I mean, for a Canadian, I'm like, whatever, it's Vancouver. But, I mean, if you live somewhere far away, then, it sounds more exciting. So,
yeah, agreed. All right, friends, let's get ready to set some levels here. Just take a look at what we have so far for me right now. MSTR coin, Adobe, and Meta and Nvidia for us. So someone's asking again. I know we got some new viewers. Some people are asking what is a funded account. So it's basically head over to tradingterminal.com. We'll give you all the details there. But it's basically Andrew's going to give you an account that you can trade a buying power of 50,000, and whatever you make over the next couple of 3 months, whatever you make in 3 months, he will pay you out up to $10,000, right? So all the other rules are listed on this, so you could definitely check it out and get more information. But the idea is, like we were saying, if you want to gamble and make money and just have fun, I could email me. I'll give you 100 ways you could do this. Bogota, Atlantic City. Right. I mean, I can give you. I prefer the racetrack. The racetrack is a lot more fun. You bet on it and you see some action, right? But if you want to be serious about it, you want to put some skin in the game and then follow some rules and try to learn how to trade, see if you're ready for live trading, then that's what the funded account is for, right? It prepares you for that, because as we always say, it's easy to make money, get lucky a few times and make money, but can you keep the money over a period of time and continue to grow their account? That is where traders have a very, very difficult time. So the idea of the funded account is to teach you how to do that. And if you can, it could be a good signal. Hey, I'm ready to open up my own account, start risking some of my actual money directly in the market. So it's a good step way to do that. All right, friends, let's get to it. MSTR, we'll start doing some levels here, preparing for our market open and get stuff in place. So I'm on the fence on this one and on coin, but we'll see. Today they look good. I'm concerned they're not going to trade as well as I think they are, but we'll have them on deck and be ready to go for those. So MSTR high of the pre-market, we're sitting at 143.68. Give me 1 second here. 143.68. Towards the bottom, we do have 138.10 is the low of the pre-market. So we're pretty much set there. On the bigger picture here, we do have a level. There's a level in between here I think it's worth marking. It's right over here. Again, not a big level compared to the ones that are already marked down for you. But if you good question. I want to answer that. Are funded accounts open to those outside of the U.S. and Canada? Yes. You can trade from anywhere in the world. If you're able to log into a website, you can use the funded account, no problem, because it's all browser based and it's not tied into any restrictions that we're aware of, right? Unless you're restricted from using Google or Chrome or something on a browser, it's different. But if you're here, if you're on YouTube, you're most likely okay. So 146.39 is another level here above the high of the pre-market, and then right up here we have a 149.50. So once you do that, friends, you're set on MSTR. I'm still on the fence on this one and on coin, but man, they're all looking good this morning. So here's coin, high of the pre-market at the moment, 202.26, going towards that 203, which is the high from 2 days ago. You can see it right on there. And then above that, we do have a level at 205.41, and then right up here the big one over at 212.08. So towards the bottom, plenty of stuff. I don't think you really need to add anything. Highs and lows for the last 2 trading days, previous day close. I mean, there's just a bunch of levels here, and right now this is looking more good towards the upside too. So that's where my focus is mainly going to be. Adobe, we normally don't put on the list, but today, I mean, I love this gap down. How well it's going to trade, we're not sure. We're gonna have to wait and see here. 245 is the low of the pre-market. The high is 250, and we're talking about, man, how much Adobe has dropped. If you missed it earlier, we're starting at 8 a.m. now in the mornings here Eastern time. But if look at this stock was almost 700 not so long ago. So wow, the drop has been aggressive. And I gotta tell you, Peter, these guys, they advertise the heck out of me. Like every time I go on Instagram, I go on X, they're Adobe, they're on there. I'm not sure if everybody else is getting that, but they're spending a lot of dollars on advertising. So they're really pushing. I'm not sure if you guys are getting the same thing, but man, they are on my feed 24/7. So very, very interesting. All right, so as far as levels, we got our high and our low towards the top here. We're going to mark down this level here, which is 256.99, and then above the highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. Let's see when was the last time we were down here. I mean, clearly not so long ago, right? We over here, this was just last month, and we're kind of testing those levels. We did get a little bit of bounce from that, and now boom, right back down to it. But prior to this, when was the last time we were down here? Seems like it's been forever. I'm gonna have to go to a weekly here. All right, just No, man. Wow, it's been we haven't been down here in years, friends. Adobe has not seen this prices in years. The CEO that's leaving, actually, he started in 2007, so he went through a lot of rough periods in the economy, and he did very well. So him leaving is a sign that the fun might be over, Peter. He doesn't want to be here for the next meeting trying to explain why the company's not doing well. He's done with that.
Yeah.
But here it is, the 237.48 is a good level, man. We're going back here, and then another one down here at 231.71. So yeah, 2007, you've seen a lot. You hit the peak, went to some valleys, came back up, and you said, I am done with this. I'm out of here. So there's Adobe. We'll see how this thing plays out. Looking good right now, pre-market. It's just about our experience with it has not been great. Let's see if that continues. I have no idea where my phone is, but it's ringing over there. All right. Yeah, I have it's ringing.
I hear it.
Deal with it later. Yeah. Well, we'll get that later. All right. What else first?
What if it's important? What if they need to talk to you about your car warranty, your extended warranty?
They always call about my extended warranty. Oh man, that's so funny. They haven't called
I find
about
that
that.
funny that's a very
Yeah.
that's a very
That's a very
American
common
thing.
one.
Like that's always the joke that they call about your
Yeah.
extended your car warranty. I have never once received that call. Like I don't know if they just don't do it in Canada or what, but I've never
Yeah.
received a call about my extended
All the
warranty. I've
time.
received all sorts of spam calls about other things, right? It's usually credit card related, but
Yeah.
they've had some creative ones, of course, with CRA, which is our the same as the IRS type stuff, and there's all those. But I've never got a car warranty extension thing. What they love to call me recently is about we're calling about the recent energy assessment you did in your home, and we want to like nice try. You didn't do an energy
Hmm.
assessment. This is not a follow up. You're just trying to sucker me
Yeah.
into something. Go away. But
I hear you, man. It's they're aggressive. I'm telling you, these guys are aggressive. So it's a numbers game, right? The more people they talk to, one or two that fall, they made their month probably, right? So it's just insane. Um, all right, here it is, guys. Meta is next again with some news today, not some positive news, and you've seen the drop here, doing the opposite of what the overall market is, down 1.5. Right now, pre-market low 627 with 51 is the area I'm going to mark down. And if we look below that, we do have another level right around here, 616.28. In case we do drop and lose this support. But as I mentioned earlier, this support has been holding up pretty nice here. We're testing it here with some negative news now. Can Meta hold on here and bounce like it has in the past? So should be a good one, and we'll be on the lookout for that one. Here's Nvidia, which again looks great this morning. Red to green. Their day looks messy, but there's still some opportunities. Like if you look at this daily, although it's been back and forth within here, this is still a four $3 moves at time, at least clean, right? So you can find some opportunities. At the moment, we're stuck between the highs and lows of the last two trading days. I will mark the high of the pre-market, which we just made a few seconds ago here, 185.77, and then the low is pretty much at 182.06, so pretty close to the low from yesterday. So you got a big level here that seems to be very significant. Towards the bottom of that, we do have 180.08, and then right over here, 177.88. Towards the top, highs and lows as well, in case we do get going and this market starts to rally really nice here. On some positive news, right? We'll look more into what's going on with France and what's the other country talking to Iran about possible passageway through the Strait of Hormuz. If that's good positive news and can ease some of the oil tensions that some countries are feeling there. So there it is, 189.63 is the level above in case we do shoot up a little bit higher here. So there it is. That's my list, Peter. I'm ready to rock and roll. What are you watching this morning? Anything you like today?
Well, let's talk about what I and the moderators in the chat room are watching. Just to give you guys an idea, I'm going to be watching Adobe. We talked about that. Meta, of course, with that news of the delay of the release of their product. And again, they're sort of sticking out as a red thumb compared to the other green out there. So keeping an eye on those. And then the usuals with PLTR, AMD, Nvidia, and Tesla. I see that Thor's, I mean, it's still a little early as our mods are getting their list in. Thor's going to be watching Apple, PLTR and Meta, and he'll be on a little bit later to let us know how it goes with that. And of course, as always, he keeps his eye on the futures, a number of different future contracts. So, and the rest of our mods are getting their list together. You know, it's still 25 minutes here to the open, so we got a little bit of time to set some strategy. You know, and that, you know, that brings me to like Meta, for example. So what's my thought on Meta? Well, as you know, one of my favorite trades is the one that pops up at the open and then drops. And being that the news is generally negative, this is red when most everything else is green. I'd be looking for the same thing. Now, the risk is we're so far before the open that this could move higher. It only has to move higher by about $2 to get to what is currently the VWAP and the average price and the consolidation area we had pre-market around 8 a.m. that we might jump up to, you know, 630, 631. 631 is where I would look for it to go to right now, if we were to open in the next couple of minutes. But we'll have to see, right? That picture could change a lot in the next 25 minutes. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. Wait to see what we see. Now, Adobe is an interesting one because this one is also gapping down, right? About 8%, 8.6% right at the moment. And it's been weak since its earnings, but it had good earnings. And I'm a little tentative as to, like, it feels like this is an overreaction to what was actually relatively good numbers for Adobe. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this. I'm actually not short biased. I'm neutral on it because I think it could go either way. I just don't know. So being that I don't know, I'm going to watch and wait and see what the signals are. What I'm really hoping for is my sort of VWAP retest or my type trade where it's going to move through the VWAP, come back and retest, and then I can take a trade in the direction that it chooses to go after that. So that's what I'll be looking for, and to see what we deliver, you know, what Adobe delivers after that. So those are probably my two, you know, sort of chosen directional trades where I'm looking to see what happens. Carlos, we talked about some other stuff, BATL, which is always in play. AAOI, whether you can type it or not, is you know, out there. I contemplated putting it on my list, but said, you know what, I don't think it quite makes the cut. I think generally the volume is something that I don't, you know, just not enough volume. It has been more active over the last 2 weeks, but I still don't think that, yeah, I just don't think it's going to be as good as some other stuff. I could be wrong. We'll find out, right? We got a little bit of time. We'll wait and see as we get closer to the open. I may change my mind.
Yep.
That's we have that right as a trader, right? You can change your mind anytime you want. What I do know, don't forget, guys, like we were talking, it is Friday the 13th. We got to go back to our meme there. Let's not forget. That can be very scary, especially if you've got a little bit of superstition over the number. I wonder how many people. Maybe we should do. Can we do a survey, Carlos? You're good with the polls on this. We do a poll. Who thinks Friday the 13th is unlucky? I'd be curious to know, like, how many people really have a superstition around that? I mean, obviously, there's a whole series of movies and everything that we've got that, you know, that play on that old superstition. But there's lots of things people feel are unlucky in different cultures. And it always amazes me
so
that,
many things.
you know, what's considered unlucky in one culture can be considered lucky in another culture. So, you know, it's just you never quite know. So you got to admit, anybody coming after you with a chainsaw or a knife, that's unlucky. So especially if they're wearing a hockey mask. So, you know, that I think by definition is unlucky. So here I am. I'm in my Friday the 13th outfit. That's why the plaid today, by the way.
If you cannot outrun someone that's just walking, there's some problems. Like you cannot outrun someone that's walking with a chainsaw, with heavy, like, I don't understand. Are you running in circles?
I've always loved that in horror movies where they're like, you're right, the bad guy's always walking or plodding or, you know, moving really slow, and then the people are like, and they're running like they're insane, and they take off, and yet somehow the bad guy gets ahead of them and is hiding behind a tree. I'm like, what did they teleport? Like, how did that possibly happen? Like you said, unless they're running in circles because they're so panicked. But anyway, it's just it's amusing. Gotta love movies.
Yes, it is. we'll do that poll. I would like to see that. There's a lot of stuff
Yeah.
out there like that. I know people skip some numbers. They skip the number 13th floor. Airlines don't do that. Delta doesn't do that. My good buddy David from Connecticut sent me a picture of a seat. He was sitting in 13B or D or something.
13B, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that works, Carlos? Like sometimes they don't number, like they'll number the floors, 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 12, and then the next floor is the 14th floor. But it's not, is it really the 14th floor? Like unless you've left a blank floor with nothing on it,
nobody's doing that.
It's still the 13th floor. You just called it something else. I mean, that's my opinion anyways, but.
So now you have people not wanting to stay on the 14 or the 12th floor because they don't know. That doesn't make any sense. No. Nobody's skipping real estate, I'll tell you that much. Unless you have a floor with just AC units.
Well, that's right.
Some buildings do that. Some buildings have a mid-floor, which is just like ACs and their like maintenance floor. But you're not skipping space just because someone feels a certain way.
That would be one way to do it. I guess make it a total like an engineering floor, right? Where you have all the equipment and everything, I suppose. Yeah, that's one way to do it. Anyways.
All right, friends. We are ready. Yeah, I'm going to put the poll up right now. Let's see what it does. Okay. And as far as that goes, we'll see if Andrew might join us later. He might come in and say hello to us, see how he's doing. But
Andrew coming to join. He's already in the chat room.
Oh, he is? Okay. All right, so maybe he's doing it there.
Encourage him maybe to get over here.
All right, no, that's okay. If he's in the chat already doing his thing, no worries. No worries. The absence of, I don't think that's happening. Love the comments. I don't think that's taking place.
Oh, I heard this. Scatophobia. I'm not sure how to say that. Tridexophobia, something like that. But that's not the letters aren't in the right order for that. Anyways, yeah, I know there's all sorts of terms for these things. I just am always curious as to how people manage their superstition with these things and their beliefs. Superstition always seems to diminish it. It's a belief, and it sometimes it doesn't matter if others believe in it. If you believe in it, that's what matters, right? Because it'll affect the way you act and react, which is why we're giving those warnings earlier, by the way. Again, in all seriousness, it's sort of why we're talking about it, because one thing you learn in trading is the stuff that happens between your ears, the stuff that's going on in your head is important. And it absolutely matters because it affects your trading and affects your decision making, which is the key element. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. There's this old trading story, just to digress for you guys for a second. There's this old trading story of a trader that had a lucky rabbit's foot. And he was having this big conversation with another trader and he was well known to carry around this lucky rabbit's foot. And they're having like, are you superstitious? Do you believe in these things? They're like, I don't believe in that stuff at all. It's all data based. You got to be fact oriented. It's all based on the information and the data. And they're like, well, why do you have the lucky rabbit's foot? Why do you carry that around and rub it when you're in a trade? And he's like, well, it can't hurt. So it's one of those things where you're like, the statement the individual makes is, I don't believe in it, but it can't hurt, which means you're afraid not to believe in it, which essentially means you do believe in it, whether you want to consciously acknowledge it or not. It's those types of hidden beliefs and sort of points of view that can hurt you in trading, because it will affect your decision making and it will affect what you do. And I mention it because the biggest challenge and the biggest breakthrough you can make in your trading is being able to surface those unconscious biases and opinions you've got so that you can address them and deal with them. It doesn't mean you have to fix them, but you have to acknowledge them, that they're there, so you can manage through them. And that will really make a huge difference in your trading over time. So, that's focus on at Bearable Traders in our education and our conversations. But how do you just acknowledge that those exist? How do you manage them? Andrew's been a master of pushing through that stuff and being able to then effectively trade in the markets. And, that's something that, hey, Carlos and I talk openly about it here in the morning as we trade with you guys live every day about managing through our own biases, opinions, fears, and and greed at times. So We don't have to look farther than our old mining stock, Carlos, where we both got into a day of greed and it did not serve us well. Sorry to bring that up again, but
no, yes, it was a day. It was definitely a day.
It was
MP.
a day. MP.
Oh
I know.
man.
Anyways.
If you were here for it, you know if you know. All right, friends, let's get ready for the day here. As far as I got MSTR, still my watch list looks pretty much okay. I'm not gonna change anything at the moment. Everything looks all right for now. It is early, so like you said, Peter, things can change. I might take some stuff off or add some stuff, but at the moment, everything I have is looking pretty good. So we take a look at my secondary, see if that stuff's changed. Oracle, still pretty much the same. Bad L, which I have here, just sliding down a little bit, and PLTR, which many of you guys liked this morning, sliding down a little bit. Again, just overall market pushing off the highs here, and you see a lot of stocks reacting to that this morning. So, all right, and also, friends, if you haven't done so over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. It does help out the show a ton. So hit that thumbs up and help us with the likes. Really appreciate it as we get ready for our market open. And if you want to join Bear Traders, Peter showed you how to do that earlier. If you want to see Andrew, who's in chat already, and Brian trade live this morning, those guys trade for our community over at Bear Traders. So yes, we are ready to go. My daughter was born on Friday the 13th. She is amazing. There you go, Sarah.
Okay.
Sarah's daughter was born on Friday the 13th.
That's a reason to like the day.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Was that a thought process during the hospital situation? Did that cause? I mean, I'm curious. Let me know if I'm pushing too much. Did you probably didn't think about that? It probably didn't cross your mind.
No. When you're having a baby, you don't.
Yeah, you're too busy.
Know what day it is. You don't know what day it is.
Yeah, you don't know what day it is. You don't know what time it is.
You got other stuff going on.
Yeah.
Unless it's a scheduled C-section or something, but
I wouldn't schedule it for that day though.
Would you?
I'm like, baby, can we probably schedule the next week? You can hold on to a week or bring it in a little earlier. A few days won't matter. A couple of days before. It's not gonna burn any brain cells.
4 days overdue. Once you start getting overdue, man, I know from my wife, you just start getting anxious. You're like, look, it's time, man.
Yeah.
Like, time for this baby to visit the world. Come on out.
Oh yeah. That's tough. Yeah. That's a long period. Yep. There it is. So Andrew's preparing with the chat room. He's watching Nvidia, PLTR, MSTR today. Kind of similar to what we have here as well, friends. So that is his watch list for today as he prepares with our community there on bearwithtraders.com. So yeah, what do you think about MKC? Well, the daily's been very active actually. The daily has been very, very active. You can see here going all the way up to 71. Testing it again and then just falling off the map here. Wonder is this looks like all of March. It's been is this the spices? I think I see
foods. So yeah,
they make decent spices for food. So why would they be down? What's going on? It seems aggressive.
Seems to be making life more flavorful. So yeah.
Yeah, they got some. I like their product. We got a couple in the.
Wow, they have a lot of brands. I didn't realize how many.
They got
tons.
They've
got Stubbs. Mm-hmm. Good old stuff. If you haven't had Stubbs barbecue sauce, that's pretty good stuff. And Clubhouse, of course, spices. Frank's Red Hot, Cholula, which is one of my favorite just spices to put on eggs. I like the little Cholula, green pepper, French's mustard, Lori's. Wow. Thai Kitchen. Hey, they own like a fast food chain.
Huh. Oh yeah, these guys are pretty good.
They got lots of stuff. All right. Yeah. Is there any news? Why are they
down so much? Because usually when things get tough like this, people eat at home more.
Yeah.
When people start getting worried about gas prices, they start to not go out as much, right? And they start to tighten up a little bit. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, last couple of days.
That's a lot of down. Yeah, in the last couple of days.
But to answer
like they had bad earnings.
Okay.
They had bad earnings, so that could be why. But that was a while back.
That was January, right? It looks like January was the last time they had a gap. Yeah, right in here. So, um,
I don't really know why in the last couple of days they're dropping so much. It's yeah, it's not sure.
yeah. As far as day trading goes, I mean, there's not much going on right now, but that's typically how their pre-market action looks. Like, look at it yesterday, same thing. There's nothing. Then you open up and you get this movement. Now, I got to tell you, this is a 5-minute chart, right? So I know they look good here as far as the dead chart looks and this beautiful drop. That's great. But man, there's no volume whatsoever, right? No volume whatsoever. So, as far as day trading for me, for the way I trade, it's going to be a tough one, just because of the breakout action is not going to be great. So it depends on your style of trading. I love the daily. I think they're really in play over the last couple of days, but it won't be on my list for that reason. I think that their volume is just going to be very light.
Now,
I did. So Andrew's asked me, did I change my chair? I did. I just took my wife's chair, and I just took her chair from her office. I'm like, let me borrow that. I want to see something. Andrew, I went to Staples and I sat down. I didn't like nothing. I sat down on a $150 chair, on a $400 chair, and I'm like, this doesn't feel good. Like, so I got to go back again. Maybe I was not in the mood. You got to be in the mood for shopping. I was not in the mood probably. I got to go back and try it again. But I took my wife's chair, which is I'm not in a chair shopping mood, man. I was sitting down. I was like, maybe everything just felt bad, no matter how good it was. So we'll go back. But I'm testing this one to see if without the high back, it looks better. It looks good on camera. I like it. So we'll see. But it's not comfortable, though. It's not as comfortable to be sitting for a long period of time. All right, friends. So what else? What else, guys, want us to look at this morning? USO. Let's take a look.
Looking at that the other day.
Yeah. I mean, clearly this is clearly one that's going to be in play. And it's going to be interesting today, man. Going into the weekend, I always find these days very, very interesting, especially when there's a conflict, right? Because market locks up. If you're a swing trader, what do you do here, right? If you're looking to swing anything, or if you're in something, do you risk it and keep it to Monday? Like, what is the plan? And yeah, should be interesting. I don't swing trade a lot, but I will be looking forward to American Airlines. It still hasn't gotten to my target. I got my little levels here ready. 950. Anything below that, we're buying. We're buying. Loading up the boat, Peter, for swing trade here. But right now, we are not there yet. So, all right, let's take a look. CRCL, Circle of Internet. Our community is awesome. Had a member just literally a couple of minutes ago send me an Instagram, say, hey man, if you guys need anything while in Egypt, please let me know. It's my home country and I will be happy to help you. So that is awesome, man. That is awesome. So I'm gonna connect you with Peter and Andrew and yeah, man, great. That is amazing. That is amazing. So part of being having a great community. So, yeah. Yep.
Email me, Peter at bearbulltraders.com. Yep. I'll take all the help I can get. I want to be safe. I'm told generally, like it's nerve-wracking, right? Coming from North America, going so close to, of course, where all this conflict is happening. But the reality is, I mean, it's close, but it's not that close, right? Like, this is my conclusion that, I mean, we're talking about, you're still like 800 miles away from the nearest point of, sort of action. So, it's 1,400 kilometers. Like it's a long way away. So.
Yeah, and I find it very difficult that a missile can travel from Iran all the way to Egypt and not get shot down before it gets there. It's a lot of especially now everybody's on alert, right? So I doubt anything can get
that's the thing.
That far. Yeah, you'll be fine. You guys will be
Saudi Arabia is going to be protecting its sovereign territory, and again, it'll be flying over Saudi Arabia for a long time before it ever got to Egypt.
I don't think it'll get
let alone the Red Sea and everything. And that they're going to do their best to eliminate anything flying even just through their territory. That's not going to be allowed. So, anyways, I mean,
you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yeah,
I hope it should be fine.
It'll be good.
I did have a friend I was talking to. Well, a friend, my dental hygienist when I was going to the dentist. Just earlier this week, and she was saying she was supposed to be going to Sri Lanka, and her flight was taking her through Dubai, and of course that got canceled, but they haven't like officially canceled yet. There's just no flights no connecting flights going through Dubai at this point, which I guess makes sense. And
yeah, that one. See, you don't want to go to Dubai right now because that's actually getting hit.
No.
So yeah, you don't want to do that.
So they're not going to connect international travelers through Dubai, but if you're going, from North America to that, or from Canada to that part of the world, you got to sort of do a circuitous route, right? You got to go the other way around the planet, or, take a different route. So, anyways,
absolutely.
All right. So we're 5 minutes to the open, guys.
Yeah, I'm looking at MSTR pushing higher here, friends. Coins trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm still watching Meta, which it made that move to VWAP I was talking about a little early, and now it's gapping down again. So still, I don't know where it's going to go. And Adobe's making a little bit of a pull up here, so it was recovering a little bit of space before the open. I keep thinking, Carlos, sometimes should I be a pre-market trader? I don't normally even think about trading pre-market, but
I tried it, Peter. Man, I lost a lot of money trading pre-market. But when it works out, when it works, the wins are huge. I gotta admit, I did not have a good win to reward ratio, but man, when it worked, it was awesome. And then when the market opens, let's say you get a cushion and the market opens, and then the volume comes in and pushes it in your direction. Oh baby, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. But I always say this, right? You were never a market open trader, right? You was more in the afternoon, but after a while, your experience, right? You come back and you can try something. You're gonna be better than you were before. So now, after all this experience and doing well in this area, I think I can go back to the pre-market trading and try to dabble and see if that experience translates a little bit, right? I think it could be better, but I haven't done it yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to acknowledge that it's different, right? Like your risk tolerance probably has to be a little higher. Even just look at Microsoft right now. Microsoft was doing almost nothing. You could have said, "Oh, look, it looked like it was bouncing off the VWAP, but it's going to go higher." And then, Microsoft will do things pre-market that it doesn't do in a regular market. Like in a regular market, you're not getting an over $1 drop just like that out of nowhere when it previously had been moving 20 cents at a time. Look at that, right? So that's the type of stuff you got to be careful of. That can hurt you pre-market.
I mean, I see a lot of people are saying, small size. Yeah, definitely small size. Manage your risk more accordingly. Be on the lookout for, for slippage. And of course, you're not going to trade anything that doesn't look somewhat decent, right? Like you won't trade, I don't know, KO. Like you're not going to trade this,
right?
You're going to trade something that looks a little bit more in play, like an Nvidia. Like an Nvidia here, you can see that the nice move up this morning in the pre-market, right? So you would trade something a little bit more live. But it looks like a lot of people do trade the pre-market session here. So do you guys trade the pre-market session in chat and on YouTube? Looks like a lot of you guys do dabble a little bit in that. So that's good.
In the chat room, we've got a number of people that are watching MSTR while you guys answer that question. So MSTR is moving a little bit here this morning. I know it was on our list earlier. So worth keeping an eye on. We got 2 minutes to the open now. I'm still keeping an eye. Adobe and Meta are sort of the ones I like. Look at Meta dropping. Oh, Meta dropping here.
Did Meta lose that level?
Before they open. Yeah.
On the daily. Oh, yeah. Look at that's nice. Yeah, okay. Let's just go in here.
If we get a pull higher, there might be a short in this. We'll have to see what happens. But right now, it's getting pushed lower.
Yeah, just want to mark down that low here, 623.94 is the new low. Some people Matt dislikes the pre-market. You probably like me. You probably lost a lot of money too in the pre-market session. Yeah, it's a whole different animal. It's a whole different animal.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm feeling ready, Carlos.
I'm ready too, man. It's gonna be a good Friday.
Here's my 1 minute alarm. We're 1 minute to the open. Don't forget, guys, there is economic data coming out at 10 a.m. And that's important data because it's the JOLTS job numbers. So don't get caught by surprise with that. So
where is Market Atlas? Get my Market Atlas up and running.
Oh yeah. Yes, my market atlas here.
Ready to go here. All right, let's end the week strong. Good luck message from Andrew to all you guys. A game is on. Let's do this.
Whoa, Meta, you're going without us. Oh my goodness, where are you
nice,
going?
Man. It's not nice, Meta.
Yeah.
Not
See,
nice.
this is where I want to trade pre-market because look at that.
Here we go, friends.
$6 move.
There it is. Meta on the move. MSTR has been very strong, pushing up higher here. Look at that go. Ooh. Meta rocking, friends.
No pullback on Meta. It just dropped. That is a shame. That would have been a pre-market trade. Look, it made the move I was talking about, guys. Like it sort of made that pattern. The pullback to the VWAP, the drop. Unfortunately, it started it 6 minutes before the market opened, which means that I wasn't able to take advantage of that. But that was exactly what we were talking about, right? That's a setup I had identified to you guys. So at least I knew the move I was looking for. It just didn't do it on the timing I was comfortable with, which is too bad. Well, still watching Adobe. Don't forget, Adobe's also one that I'm thinking it might be overdone. This drop, it is looking strong right at the moment.
Yeah.
Carlos, I'm really convincing myself that maybe pre-market is under the right circumstances.
We're on a little bit earlier, so we could be done with all our prep, and then we could start looking for opportunities. I'm in. We'll trade small.
Focus on trades a little bit.
Yep. Let's do it.
Well, it's a good opportunity. Like you said, we need to practice it.
Yeah.
Well, we've obviously missed this week's opportunity, so.
No, we'll do it next week. Start next week with a better plan here.
MSTR, the people who are watching, did pop higher already here so far, and boy, am I disappointed that I missed that opportunity on Meta. So what can you do?
PLTR showing some weakness here, friends. So we are looking at that one. MSTR pulling back here. I'm looking for a 1 minute breakout, 1 minute engulfing specifically. I don't see one. Is Meta giving us a pullback for a breakdown?
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's see here. Meta pulling back. Volume slowed down a little bit, which normally does, right? After the first initial pop here, especially on NASDAQ tickers, they throw all that volume around very early on and then kind of slow down a little bit. Let's take a look here. MSTR. Ooh, coin could be interesting. Let's see. We got the engulfing going here. I don't like this above the VWAP, but we do got like a 1 minute engulfing there slightly.
Well, look at that. Adobe did pop up. So that was the second setup that I talked to you guys about. My goodness, Carlos. Apparently, you know what I need to do?
I kind of know.
You kind of know?
I kind of have an idea.
Is it a mystery? Yeah, I don't think it's much of a mystery. Can you guys know what I need to do, right? You guys know me well enough? Who's out there? Who's a regular? Who knows exactly what we need to do here?
I'm sure they do.
Here it is. Yeah.
There it is.
Take the damn trade. Take the damn trade. That's all you need to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Looking at coin here, guys.
So,
below the VWAP, so we'll see.
Meta dropped down as we anticipated. So both made the directional moves that we were looking at. The setups just weren't, sort of ideal. But I'm thinking that I might be. I'm not bad at calling these things. I'm just bad at taking these things. So, oh well.
All right, let's see here. So I'm looking at coin. I was looking at 1 minute engulfing, and but again, the VWAP here is usually not ideal for me, but it is breaking down below the VWAP. We're seeing a lot of pressure. I do like this for a short, guys. So I'm just gonna wait for a pullback now. Wait for a VWAP setup. If you haven't seen it, I have it available on YouTube. Oh, come on, you're running too fast on us. Yeah, coin and MSTR is
Too
actually
fast, eh?
another opportunity. I think your mic changed. Your mic changed, Peter?
Did it? I hope. Well,
Sounds like
does
it
it
did.
sound
I'm not sure.
bad? Hold on. Oh,
No,
you're
this
right.
doesn't
It
sound
did
bad,
change.
but it did change out of nowhere.
No, but it did change.
That's weird. Like I didn't see you touch anything.
Move the microphone. Every time I move it. There we go.
Why would we do such a thing?
There we go. That's probably better. I got to be very careful about touching it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you sound like you're next to the mic. Before you sound like you was across the room.
Well, it's...
Oh, man. Hopefully you guys took this short on coin. I was watching it, waiting for the pullback, but it's just going without me. MSTR might be another opportunity here. It's closer to the VWAP. We're seeing some weakness right now. Take a look at what's going on. Meta is bouncing back a little bit. Could be a good rejection off the VWAP, right? We usually like this play here. Rejecting off the VWAP on the way back down. That's the break of the 5-minute ORB. So Meta.
Yeah, I was watching. It didn't quite get to the VWAP, so I was waiting to see what it's going to do. It does look... The Atlas also looks weak. Oh,
yeah.
darn it.
I'm in short. Let's see. I'm in short Meta. Yeah. So careful with the number of share size, guys, because I do need 623 as a stop. So you got to take little shares on this thing. I don't want to risk too much, just because it can move a lot. So be careful on the shares you take here. Don't go taking a boatload.
Yeah.
So let's see. We're short. I'm hoping we get the break, the 5-minute ORB break. Here's the 5-minute I'm looking at. So I want to break from here on the way down. We got 616 is the first target, and we'll see if we can get lower. I just want to go back and look at our MSTR trade. How would that would have worked? Oh man, MSTR and coin. Those were so good, Peter. I feel like I picked the worst trade. Feeling. I think. I picked the worst trade. We will stick with it.
I know that sound. I don't know. I mean, Meta.
We got on the wrong horse.
Nvidia's been up and down here today.
It happens. Look at coin. I would have been in here from like 203. Okay. All right. Hopefully, you guys did take coin or MSTR. Meta, I want to see this happen quickly, right? Everything looks good, but I want to see it happen quickly. If it doesn't, the likelihood of it bouncing back, especially because we're down 2.7, is rather high. SPY is pushing higher, doesn't help my cost. Our stop is 623, so we'll hold on to that. Someone asked yesterday, how do we stay so calm? Because, we just trust the numbers, right? We trust the number. We stick to our stops. That's how much we're willing to risk. If we get stopped out, we get stopped out. And we look for other opportunities. And we saw that yesterday. We got stopped out in Nvidia or Tesla. I can't remember the first one. Freed up our mental bandwidth and found another huge opportunity on Oracle. So this trade here is not important. Right, it's not important. Like if you're in a trade that you say, "Oh my God, this one has to work," no, something's wrong, because that means you're risking too much. Because no trade has to work, right? So you gotta understand that no trade is important, right? All right, what are you guys doing?
That's easy philosophically to say. It is really hard to live that. And that's one thing Carlos and I have been working at for a long time, where you're right. Like any given trade, I don't know. There's a good series. Mark Douglas is the granddaddy of trading psychology. He's got a great book that it's worth reading. But there's a series of videos. If you go on YouTube, look up Trading Like a Professional by Mark Douglas. Now, he died like 20 years ago now. But
Mm-hmm.
and this series was filmed a long time ago, but it's well worth watching. It's worth your time. I think there's like 4 or 5 videos,
Mm-hmm.
roughly an hour each. But he talks about that. He says, look,
Oh yeah.
you need to know that on average your trading strategy works. But when it works on average, that means any given instance, you have no idea whether it's going to work or not. It could be the
Mm-hmm.
most perfect setup in the world. That's what it looks like when you enter it. It doesn't mean it's going to work. And you have to you really have to believe and acknowledge that and just either let it work or let it fail. And,
Yeah. Yeah.
again, it's so easy to theoretically say that. It's very difficult to actually live that and do it. So,
Yeah.
again,
Yeah.
you guys know I like my poker analogies. That's where I bring poker back into it. You could have a pair of pocket aces, right? Which is the best hand in poker,
Yeah.
and lose to the worst hand in poker because you don't know
Yeah.
what cards are going to come out on the flop, the river, or
That's
the
it.
turn. You just don't know, right? So,
Yeah.
it's impossible for you to predict. Even if you start with the best possible hand, you could still lose, and that's just
Yeah.
the way it goes. So.
Yeah, that's part of it, right? Don't trade with scare money. But I seen people that have plenty of money, but the problem is they trade too high, too much, right? So
Right.
there's a balance, right? Don't trade with money that you need to pay the bills. That's not gonna work. You're gonna too much pressure, right? Even if you trade small, it's too much pressure. What happens is people trade with money that they can't afford to trade with, but they're trading reckless, right? And they're betting on too big. They're betting to hit the home run every single time, and you can't do that with trading, right? It doesn't end well.
Right.
So yeah, but I agree with you.
Doesn't end well.
It's got to
That's
be a
true.
balance. So I like the fact that Meta is not soaring with the overall market right now. So that's a good sign. But man, the spike is
Yeah.
going up. It's gonna have to give in to just the market move here. That's not good for
Yeah.
me. But SPY is pushing
No.
higher. I thought Meta had at least one more leg down because it didn't move down. It didn't move down too much after the open. So I thought at least a test of the low of the day again, which is right here, 116, sorry, 617.67. So at least a test of this, and then the next level I have is 116.28. But we're struggling to get the momentum going.
I don't mind the way Meta looks right now, Carlos, because it's resisted this push higher on the SPY.
Yeah.
And this uncertainty candle, yeah, it lends itself to potentially moving. Now, the Atlas also shows orders down at 618, which I like.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
So,
Yeah, I'm seeing that too.
I mean, this is not great, but it's not bad. It's not that
Yeah.
bad. And you've
Yeah.
got orders down at 615 as well. So, I don't know. It's uncertain.
Yeah.
It's really because the
It's
market
gonna
continues.
take its time. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The problem is that market pressure. If it keeps putting the upward
Yeah.
pressure, eventually Meta's probably going to have to give into it. So what we really need is for a reversal. Now, the SPY and the Qs, look, they're sitting right now at this spike high pre-market that we put in around 845. So if you can get sort of a halt here, this might actually reverse for you.
Yeah, we'll see. SPY's looking really not strong, but it's looking pretty nice right now to the upside. 623 is our stop, friends, so we'll get out of this one. If we hit there, we're hitting the VWAP now, but yeah, it looks like it's gonna give into the market movement, man. The market is really, really nice right now. But we'll hold to our stop. We picked that stop for a reason. That is we're above the VWAP. And if we get above that, then that means our strategy is no longer in play.
Now, I lost focus here on Adobe, but Adobe did the secondary move that I was talking about, guys, at the open. So again, I'm good at calling them. I've proven to be pretty bad at taking them. Look at the VWAP bounce. All right, that's exactly the strategy that I look for. That bounce off the VWAP where it showed support and then moved higher. So the $5 move off of the VWAP on Adobe. So that was a potential opportunity that I'll admit I watched, I called, I did not take.
Yep. All right.
Take the damn trade.
Meta coming close to our stop here, 623. We're just 622.50. Yeah, we're going to get stopped out here. Yes.
Well, hold on. Come on.
Not yet.
Do it for Carlos, Meta. Be nice to Carlos.
Be nice to us on a Friday
Come
the
on.
13th. No, SPY's too strong, man. This thing is gonna go higher.
I know the SPY just has
SPY
kept going.
is
That's the problem
really
here.
nice. Yeah.
And that's one of the factors that sometimes you just can't predict on your trade, right? Like when you entered this trade, the SPY was nowhere near as strong as it is right now. When did you get this? 937? 937. So let's look at
936. 936.
936. So look what the SPY was doing at 936. Right at 936, you're over one. Yeah, you're out. Yeah. So at 936, the SPY was actually heading down.
I know.
And was looking weak. So, you know, you had the right signals. It just unfortunately it changed, right? It reversed on you. Oh, look at that. Ajit said he made $450 off of the call on Adobe. So you're welcome. Do as I do.
Nice,
do as I say,
nice.
not as I do.
Awesome. All right, let's see what else we find here, friends. So Meta didn't work out. Looking good to go to the upside. Adobe, very nice. How about Coin, MSTR? Actually, you know what? I would have got something, but didn't continue too much. That makes me feel better. Coin and MSTR. Nvidia. Oh man, that's nice. This is nice here on Nvidia. Can't join it now, so we'll have to wait. And then my secondary list, bad L, not doing anything. Oracle, messy, but might be setting up for a possible breakout, actually. Little messy back and forth, but might actually be setting up for a breakout here, but I'm not going to jump on that. PLTR, interesting, guys, above the previous day close. Nice pullback to the previous day close, and now trying to push higher. PLTR could be good. Also nice. Man, everything's just following the SPY. Overall, good play here on PLTR as well. Oh, yeah, I didn't hear you. You were saying something?
You guys on mute.
Oh.
Sorry about that. Microsoft's really taken off here this morning with the market, so that's a pretty big move.
Oh, Tesla. Yeah, Tesla was good, guys. Oh, did I miss you guys calling out Tesla here? This is a good VWAP breakout.
Andrew, of course, Andrew's in Nvidia as it's moving higher.
What is nice pullback? There's the entry. Stop loss 397. Tesla.
What's Tesla up to? Yeah, a little bit of a move higher there in Tesla. Ooh, look good double bottom, move higher, VWAP. Yeah, this was a good setup.
Yeah, it was clean. That was clean. Everything is like we seen all week, right? Everything is so dependent on what the SPY is doing.
Which makes sense. Again, we've got a news-driven market. Guys, don't forget, once again, economic data, big economic data coming out at 10 a.m. JOLTS job numbers. So I've got that. Where's that? Put it back up on my screen here. So we got these JOLTS job openings coming up in 12 minutes. So that'll be a big one. We'll let you know as soon as that data comes out, so we can keep an eye on that.
All right, guys, for looking for the second opportunity here, if we can find one. Nvidia coming below the VWAP, moving a little more aggressive than the SPY downturn, so that's interesting. Meta recovering nicely here. Adobe's gonna go on a. Looks like Adobe's wants to go on a really nice trend type day. So that looks good. Coin, nothing. MSTR, nothing. And this is why I usually end up not watching these guys, right? They had a great open here, but then they do this. They go sideways a lot. Again, today, beautiful start to the day on MSTR and Coin. That was a beautiful drop, and I should have been in here for Coin. So we hesitated way too much on this one. That would have been a beautiful trade, but right now, sideways action on both of those at the moment. Oracle is trading not the cleanest, but it is slowly getting that breakout. Again, not looking to take that trade, but slowly getting that breakout on Oracle. All right, SPY's turning around a bit.
Andrew's trading Nvidia long. He got an Nvidia and it moved almost to his target. He actually didn't end up taking a partial, and now it's come all the way back down. So that's not making him too happy. But he just said, "What a tragedy! What a tragedy!"
The humanity.
Oh, the humanity. There you go. Yeah.
Let's see how we do here.
Oh, the humanity. Wow. Big drop on Nvidia there.
Adobe reversal back to the VWAP with the SPY dropping down? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a maybe, but it didn't get enough volume at the top for me to have conviction that that's its next move.
Yeah.
So.
All right, friends. Reminder: we're going to be doing a funded account in just a few minutes. So if you want to join the funded account, the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, you can do so. Head over to Bear Traders. Head over to YouTube, our account, and then hit on join, and you're able to sign up to be part of the Lambos and Garbage Truck family. That gets you in for their daily live draws that we do here for the funded account, plus educational videos in our YouTube channel. So, yeah, we'd love to see you guys win. Good luck to all the participants today. Yesterday we had Mr. Carson won, and his story about winning, Peter, was so interesting. So he was listening to the show, driving to go pick up his kids, right? Yeah. So he's listening to the show, driving to pick up his kids, and then he's driving, so he can't type funded. So he gives the phone to his girlfriend sitting next to him and type funded for me here, and he ends up winning. I'm like, that is nice, man. So now
there
technically,
teamwork.
Should that be his funded account or his girlfriend's funded account?
Ooh, that's a good question.
If she's listening, email me and we'll give the code to you.
I think it's his funded account, but when he makes money, if trade maturely, and when you make some money, you're buying her something very nice.
Absolutely. I think that's the way it's got to work.
Yeah, I think you guys are going on a trip together. You're taking her out to a beautiful dinner.
Yep.
You know, it's something very nice. It's something very nice. So, yeah.
Oh yes.
You know what? Maybe he should. I'm telling you. You know what? The one thing that trading traditionally, I'll say unfortunately, is often seen as a very male-dominated industry, and it has been because unfortunately Wall Street hired the Wall Street bros, and you had, it was sort of banking was seen as a men's activity. The reality is, on average, women make better traders. They demonstrate better maturity, better adherence to their rules, and a better ability to sort of show calmness in the face of adversity and pressure. So, you know what? I mean, it's we strongly encourage, and we love the fact that we've got such a very varied, community with people from all over the place. And it doesn't matter your background, your socioeconomic status, race, religion, color, gender, all of that stuff. The market doesn't care, right? And really, it's about how you face the market and what you choose to do with it. So, maybe he should, maybe he and his girlfriend need to sort of trade together. Maybe he'll find that, maybe he's got some of the strategy. She's got the better ability to execute. So
never know.
He just, he can provide some advice. She can hit the buttons, and you never know.
I agree.
Reverse sexism.
All right, let's see here. I don't see anything. A lot of stuff starting to get it into this sideways situation at the moment.
it always made me laugh when in my previous career I was an IT services executive, and some of our clients were all sorts of different industries, right? I worked with some of the biggest companies in the world to provide, to manage and deliver IT services and their IT backbone. One of the big companies I worked with was one of the world's largest mining companies, and I had a chance to visit a lot of their mining sites. And I loved the ones in Latin America, especially were interesting when I went, and they had Antofagasta is a little town. If you look it up, it's on the northern border of Chile, just south of the border with Peru, and it's rumored that that's where they filmed the moon landing. If you believe in conspiracy theories, it actually looks like the moon because it's this big salt plain with just like occasional rocks in random places, right? Anyways. Out there, 2032. Welcome to Lambos and Garbage Trucks. It's good to have you here. Anyways, my point of the story was that when you talk to them, we noticed that all the haul pack drivers, and the haul packs are these giant, those giant like dump trucks that are like 5 stories tall, that are like 100 tons. That are haul the big ore they drive at like 20 kilometers an hour or 15 miles an hour. Like they don't go any faster, right? Because they're geared for like hauling heavy stuff up mining ramps, and it's not about speed. It's just about slow and steady, right? Especially with those big tires. Their single largest expense on a mine site often is tires, just because they're so expensive. Like they're like $40,000 or $50,000 a tire. That's amazing. Anyways, the drivers were women, and we're like, interesting, why there's so many women drivers? And like, that's all we hire. We only hire women drivers because, especially the guy was saying, especially here in Latin America, the hot-blooded men, they race each other. Like you can't go faster than 15 miles an hour. They're still racing each other in these giant trucks. So we hire women because they stick to the rules. They drive maturely. Funny. They follow the regulations, right? They protect the equipment. Like, our experience has just been that's the better hire. That makes more sense for our safety protocols and following our rules and regulations. And I thought, you know what?
That's interesting.
That actually makes sense to me. So I just found that fascinating. So anyways, so carry over to trading. You know what? I encourage, all people to try trading. If you have an interest in the markets, give it a shot. What matters is your maturity. So I'm watching a couple of stocks here. My God, Nvidia is really choppy this morning.
It's choppy,
if you got caught in Nvidia, I know Andrew was in that. Yeah, look at it, up and down and up and down. Like, look at that 5-minute chart. That's ugly. That's a lot uglier than Nvidia normally is, and it doesn't look any better on a 1-minute chart. It's just up and down. So, what did look good is Adobe got a good move. I'm just watching from the sidelines. Nvidia is amazing. Chris MC. Now, see, that would make sense. Chris, I get that from your point of view because you're a range trader, right? And you love this. You love that up and down stuff. So, yeah, because you're in and out of stocks like a 1,000 times a day. So, your broker must love you. You must pay like a fortune in commissions. But if it works for you, then it works for you. But yeah,
guys, I have nothing. I'm searching. I have nothing right now that I love. So hopefully it's not like this. It's early, right? We're literally 27 minutes into the market open. It's not a big deal. We can relax. It's okay. I had one of my best days yesterday for this month. So I really could afford to be very patient, right? So I don't want to end the week nice. Look at Oracle. Would love to get another great opportunity here, but we might not get one. Oracle coming below the VWAP here. Can Oracle deliver again today? What do you guys think? Why would they block MU? Like in the chat, people are putting, if you put MU, it gets blocked.
I saw that too. I unblocked it as well. I think that it's just the algos don't know. They think it might be abbreviation. Maybe it means something. Maybe it's shorthand for something we're not aware of.
Yeah. I still don't know why they block bin Paris. Every time we put bin Paris in chat, it gets blocked. So funny.
So what's the Micron? Yeah, MU's had a strong upward move here this morning. This I can start watching it for
It's funny
potential
how
reversals.
people are actually putting
good.
MU. If you don't believe us, here it is. See, you put MU, it gets
now they're
blocked.
testing it.
Yeah, and then we
now I
have
gotta
to
keep
push
unhiding everything.
Yeah,
You're making me do work here. Stop making me do work. Byron
Oh,
Pierce,
welcome.
welcome to Lambos and Garbage Trucks.
Good to have you, my friend. Good luck later when we do our draw.
Okay, guys, if you're in a trade, be aware we're about 20 seconds away from the release of the JOLTS job opening numbers. So be aware of that. We'll let you know. So remember, the expected number is 6.76 job openings, 6.76 million. This is the January number, so it's latent data. So I don't know how much the market's going to pay attention to it, but we'll see. Just came out positive, 6.946 million. So that's a good number. 200,000 jobs to the positive side. That number's out. I've got that on my shared screen. There you go. Carlos has got that as well. So you can see the Michigan inflation numbers and consumer sentiment also came out positive. That's a minor number compared to the rest. But so let's now take a look at how the market's reacting. Not much. So like we said, don't know how but it is up. Maybe it'll keep going up. Let's see where we go. But that's positive data. And that's really our last data point for the day. The only other thing that we were looking on, I think later today, there is the Atlanta Fed GDP now at 11:30. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got the oil rig hang. Now, this one may be, we don't normally watch oil rig numbers. This comes out on Friday, a lot of these, the oil data. But, you know, we've had a hypersensitivity to oil right this last week, of course, with the Strait of Hormuz and everything we know going on there. So be aware that 2 o'clock may be worth paying attention to today more than most Fridays. So, but we'll see. The market right now, didn't really react much, did it? It went up for a moment, but it's fairly quiet on the positive JOLTS job data. Carlos, you were watching. What are you watching? Oracle, right?
Yeah, I was looking at Oracle. It did drop here below the VWAP. It's bouncing off the previous day close. But again, if I look at the bigger picture, it is so choppy. There's no direction right now. I think let's see if it does say anything. Nvidia, just look at Nvidia's 5. I mean, this is like, I could scan this. I could probably scan this and get like some kind of barcode over a Target if I scan this here. You know, like
you could buy
I would probably get a big old garbage truck over in Target by scanning that barcode there. It's just so bad, man. And it's right
you
to
you get your garbage truck. You can park right in the exchange. Here we go. There it is.
There's the garbage truck. Beep beep. Give me that Nvidia ticker. I'll take it. I'll take it from your hands.
I'm back.
It's just horrible, man. Wow. So there's 148.88 and this 185.65. I mean, there's been something for Nvidia today. And a few times we break below that and manages to come back up, but this time it's breaking down with some movement here. So let's see. Found some support down at 184.43 last time. So right over here. Oh, Nvidia's picked the direction.
Nvidia breaking down.
Yeah, it's picked the direction here. So look at that breakdown there. Wow. There it is.
Andrew's not having a good day. It looks like things are going against him. And I think, we need to tell him when he joins us here, Carlos. I know why. I know why his trading is not going well today, because he didn't come and join us. That's why. He's got to come and, his lucky rabbit's foot. That's us.
We are his lucky rabbit foot. Yeah. Foot.
So he didn't.
He's got to.
That's why.
Join us at 4 a.m. In the morning.
Well, not even necessarily that early, but just jump on the microphone with us, right? Come and join on YouTube. I think that's why. He didn't follow the pattern, and it's just that makes his trades not work out.
He changed his camera. It looks good.
He went, it's facing the other direction. You notice that?
Okay. Yeah, I see that.
He's not facing at the window. He's looking he's not towards the corner. He's looking back into the office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like how he's still got the big BBT letters. For anybody that was with us in Vancouver a couple of years ago when we did the TEDx, he had these big letters commissioned. It was part of the TEDx BBT, big on stage there, and he's still got the letters sitting outside his office. I think that's awesome. That was a lot of fun. That event was fantastic. What a great live event we put on. Now we've been doing experiences, right? Rather than putting on these conferences with webinars and stuff, instead we've been going for the experience trips, which are a lot of fun and useful but in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, agreed.
All right. What can we take advantage of here? We definitely got to drop too low of day on Oracle, but it's bouncing a little bit now. Same thing. The market had that sort of strong candle down, but it's not continuing with it at this point.
Yeah. What did Meta? Meta just went sideways here.
Sideways, yeah. It's interesting that Meta, like again, even if I had entered when we were calling this out pre-market, you'd still be okay. You could still be short on this trade.
Yeah.
It doesn't look great right now for a short, but I mean, the fact that it's just sitting here sideways, I'd probably be, it looks like it wants to actually go back up. But anyways, opportunity lost. I got to write these down. We got a journal. We called 3 different trades. And all 3 gave us opportunity, but just didn't play them.
All right, guys. Checking to see PLTR is dropping. People are calling out PLTR. Let's take a look. Yeah, they drop here. Kind of like similar to Nvidia. Nvidia also did have this bit of a drop. And again, SPY. It's going to be interesting going into the close, how the market is going to react here. My predictions is that we'll give some of the gains back. Just because of the uncertainty. Anything can happen over the weekend. More attacks, no agreements on oil movement. So I think people want to be probably a little bit on the safer side. So we'll see.
Could be. I mean, we are setting up so far for a very sort of an inside day. Just that terminology. An inside day means we'd be trading within the price range of yesterday. And if you look at sort of the daily candle on the Qs especially, you can see how we're trading within yesterday's price range. So far, also on the SPY, like we're almost right in the middle of that price range on the Qs. We're a little towards the top side on the SPY, but I mean, it wasn't that big of a range on either day. So it could break out if we get any movement. Again, you just need one news, right? One piece of news, good or bad, to push us higher or lower. So we'll see what happens. If it's a quiet day, I think we're not going to be going very far on this Friday. But we will find that out together.
Yeah. AOI didn't do much, right? So opened up here and just, for the most part, just like a lot of things, sideways here.
Beth and Mojito are calling it a weekend. All right, have a good weekend.
Yeah, take care, guys. They're off.
Hood on the rebound. Let's see what's Hood up to. Yeah, a little bit of bounce from the lows on Hood.
SPY wants to go lower. SPY wants to go lower. So trying to see where we can take opportunity of that. And here's Adobe hitting the VWAP, and this could be a good one. Maybe back towards the low of the day. That would be awesome. But we got to see more out of that one. Coin retesting the low of the day here. Looks like trying to. MSTR also pushing lower. And yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think we're going to get some short opportunities here, guys. Let's keep our eyes peeled, head on a swivel. Let's look for that
eyes peeled
opportunity.
Where does that expression come from?
I have no idea, man. People just,
I peel your eye, man.
we gotta. I had to look up some of these things because they were done well before me and you were born, and you'd be surprised the story behind how these comments come up. Head on a swivel, like who came up with this? Uh, good stuff. All right, Adobe. Yeah, Adobe. I'm looking at it, man. Mo, I like Adobe for a possible short here. I mean, we're testing the VWAP now, and it can hopefully get us a drop here. Another one, friends, that you got to give a lot of room. Like on Meta, very, very little number of shares, guys, because we literally gave this thing almost like a $5 stop, right? Looking for a $10 stop or something, $10 profit target. So Adobe's not as bad as Meta, but you still got to be very careful. All right, so here will be our signal. Got the breakdown, got the pullback. We're not exactly, I love the when VWAP is here, but this is acceptable. This is like a plus, B plus setup. Stop loss 253. Let's see, just checking in. Can we actually break this 252 level? Wait.
They really don't know where the origin of this expression comes from, Carlos.
Which one?
Keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, okay.
There's different theories, but
yeah.
Yeah, they don't really know.
Okay.
It's
I'm going short Adobe, guys, but my stop is going to be 250, 350. So short Adobe, and love this selling pressure here. Let's see if we can get down to 250 maybe. Let's see. Let's see if SPY can help us on this via breakout as well. Let's see. I do think that the gap down is also an overreaction. I mean, yes, the CO is stepping down or so, but the earnings were not bad. So maybe people are seeing like this signaling end of the good times for Adobe. So I don't know. What we don't need right now is the SPY pushing back up to 670. That is what we don't need. What is the as we wait for this thing to develop, what is the big revenue generated for Adobe? What is, like, I know they have a couple of things on their suite, but what is the big? Let's search that. Let's look it up here. I'd like to see what is it. Creative Cloud. Yeah. Creative Cloud, because that includes everything they have for the most part. Well, no. That just includes a Photoshop, Premiere Pro. They got a bunch of other things that generate.
I love looking up the etymology of weird expressions.
Let's look. I'm searching now. So Adobe's dropping here. We're looking for under 250. Digital media, guys. So digital media, 70% of Adobe's total revenue. Right, what does that mean?
Yep.
The segment includes Adobe subscription, creative document products, mainly Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, Premiere Pro, Adobe After Effects, and Adobe Acrobat. So yes, that Creative Cloud is the big one. 2, digital experience, second biggest, 25% of revenue. Adobe Experience Cloud platform, Adobe Analytics. And publishing, look at this, publishing legacy products less than 1% revenue. I'm sure one time that was pretty big for them. So
I do think they've gone the way of like DocuSign. I know that most of the stuff I get through my charities and the work I have to do, it's either a DocuSign or an Adobe signature type
yeah,
contract. So I know there's a lot of corporate contracts out there where you get that. Law firms seem to prefer Adobe, at least the law
yeah,
firms I've been dealing with. So, and they've got themselves well embedded into a lot of the browsers, and so if you want a document that you don't want people to easily edit, you put it into an Adobe form.
yeah.
All right.
All right, guys, just waiting on my slow Adobe move to take place. Looking at other things in here. See what else is happening in the world. All right, superstitions. Let's see what you guys said here. So,
Oh yeah,
450.
You still have that poll running?
Yeah, still running. 450 votes.
Okay.
Wow, that's a big yes. 36% of people believe that the superstition is real. Believe in superstition, whether good or bad. All right. 64% no. I think some people just put yes just to put yes.
Or
it's a high
are
number.
a lot of people putting no, saying no, I don't really believe it, but they still carry the lucky rabbit's foot just in case.
Yeah, can't hurt them. So they balance it out.
Like I say no, but then sometimes, like, especially like athletes, how athletes always have these superstitions about the don't wash your lucky underwear, or the playoff beards in hockey or whatever. Like it's you get a lot of that. And humorous, no, I have not taken any trades yet. I should have taken some trades, but I have not.
Yeah.
I should have taken at least 2 trades. 2 trades for sure I should have taken. But
yeah.
oh well.
So yeah, Market Atlas on Adobe. Let's take a look. It's probably not gonna look great because the volume is so light, and usually when you have that, it doesn't look too good. But it does look the little bit that it looks bearish, right? But again, this is one of those tickers where it's just you're not gonna get a great level 2 data, right? So it's not a Market Atlas thing. It's just level 2 data overall. It's not gonna look good. So right now it does look 250. We got tons of orders down there for Market Atlas for Adobe, but again, it's so light. So light. So we'll see. 250, 350 is our stop right up here after this spike. So that is where we will get out on this trade. Let me mark that for you right around that area. We're looking to break 250. We're looking to get down towards, hopefully, I want to say low of the day, but I know that could be a stretch. 247.50. Anywhere below
Tesla?
249 will be good.
Tesla's moving down here, maybe to the previous day close. 395 is the previous day close. Let's see. Oh, it looks like it might get there.
Tesla. Their new cars look great. They got the most recent version of their models look pretty nice. I like the lighting.
The which one? The Lightning, you said? So that's the Ford?
The lighting. Yeah, no, the lighting. The lighting.
lighting.
On the new Tesla models look pretty nice, yeah. Where can you see the previous day close on trading? Is it TV? It's just Trading View. Trading View should have that. It should have that on there. That's a big indicator. For us on that is, you can add it and take it off, but it's just automatically there. But Trading View should be able to have that on there. I don't know how to turn it on because I don't use it, but I would think it'll be defaulted to their charts already.
MU's slowed down here. Tesla looks like it's going to go red. It's holding here though for the moment.
Don't.
Oops.
All right, here are our friends. We're sitting at 311 likes. I'm going to hit the thumbs up myself. So if you haven't done so, join me in doing that. Thumbs up here on the channel. Let's get to 400 is our goal. Once we do that, we're very happy. And you know what? The minute we get to 400, we'll do our funded account giveaway. So it's not on yet, but we'll turn it on in a little bit. And yeah, help us get to 400. We'll do our funded account, and we'll see what other opportunities we can get here. I am in short on Adobe, looking for the break of this 250 where we got the bounce from. We're just going back and forth here between the 250 and 251 really, and then the VWAP, and then right back to the 251. I'm hoping that the downwards pressure on this moving averages continues down, down, down. Right now we're kind of stalling a little bit, but it doesn't mean the party's over yet. So we'll see how it plays out. SPY is not providing me any help whatsoever, especially with this move up.
No, it keeps
no
bouncing
support.
on
you. Yeah, no support. Look at this.
Time. It really is just being annoying to you. Every time you enter a good trade with the support of the market, it then like changes its
the
point of
market
view,
is messing with me, man. So, I like that we're not moving up and up now. So that's good. While the market's pushing higher, it's a good sign.
So Prerac 18, you're asking, do you give Atlas with the funded account? So when you buy the funded account, you need to have a subscription to the trading terminal to get access to the simulator. And with that comes all of the tools, including Atlas.
Yes. All right, come on in, Dobie, do something. Are you alive?
Yeah. Come on, well,
are you alive?
Better.
Move in my direction.
Tesla's done an admirable job of staying green here. It's
yeah, hesitated from touching the line, moving higher. Snail, yeah. Sells 6, 305, sells 6, absolutely. It's a snail on Adobe. Oracle was yesterday too. Like lately, I've been trading these really slow movers, like Oracle. If you guys remember our trade, it took a bit. 5 minute looks much better, but obviously when you're in looking at it now, like, oh, that's not that long. But when you're in it, everything slows down, it takes forever. And you're looking at the 1 minute, it takes forever. But looking at it now, like, oh yeah, that was a great move and not bad, but different story being in the seat while it's happening. Don't like the lack of continuation, man. It's just back and forth on Adobe. Look at this buying pressure we're getting here.
Yeah, every time it looks like it's going to drop for you. Look at that. Pop right back up.
Yep.
Yeah. Andrew's having a challenging day, Carlos, so we're not alone, right? When the master struggles.
Yep.
You know, it's CCJ was the trade. Oh, well, that's not one I normally watch.
CCJ. What do we got?
Oh, that's a drop.
What is CCJ?
Yeah. Wow, it's really dropped.
Okay, yeah. Down 8%.
Look at that drop in the last 20 minutes or so. It did nothing for the first 50 minutes of the market or first half hour, sorry, of the market, but in the last 20 minutes, it's really
Been feeling it.
Move lower.
Yep.
Carlos is hoping Adobe will do the same thing.
I'm hoping, yeah. Although this doesn't look good. We broke this level here, we're making a newer high. So I was hoping that we can keep heading lower and lower. Our stop is 253.56. But I don't know. We might be bouncing from here from this 250.97 level. So we'll see. We'll stick to our stop. Let's see if we can survive it and head lower. But it's like 1 minute double bottom is not looking great. It's not looking good. It could be a change in direction. It's not a great double bottom because double bottom usually on the 5 minute. That's where I like them. But look at the 5 minute here. We're getting a nice this reversal. Like this reversal looks actually pretty interesting. So spot this morning as Spotify slow and steady higher. Yeah, so nothing great on it, but slow and steady higher. And that did very well. Adobe hitting 153. I'm 50 cents away from my stop. So we're watching that closely. Let's see if we're gonna get some resistance here. And then the other one you mentioned, ENPH. Wow, we haven't looked at ENPH in like forever. We used to trade this guys a ton, but another one slow and steady. So all right, Adobe's gonna stop me out, friends. I think it's done with this downwards movement. I am gonna wait to my stop. This is where I said, hey, if we get here, we're out. So we'll see if these buyers would like to show up and do something. But my hopes of this thing staying alive are very, very small.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah. There it is. Like it wants to punch through. Here it is. Trying.
Carlos, you need to put your mindset to be somewhere like this. This is what you need to think about.
You need to be zen. Yeah.
Just,
that's it.
Think beachy
positive
thoughts.
Positive thoughts.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah. Absolutely, my friend.
Thoughts.
Uh-oh. Yes. That is nice.
All right, let's get we got to get back to the markets and this garbage day so far. If you're doing well today, then congratulations. Garbage. It has not been an easy day. Most of the things we've looked at really just didn't continue their trend. And like I said, when our good buddy Andrew struggles, that it's a rough day. So he is the master, and when the master struggles, it's a challenging day. So give yourself a good pat on the back if you're green.
If you're green, run, take the money and run.
Yeah, maybe take that money and
yes,
enjoy.
All right, we're out of Adobe. 2 stops today, Adobe and Meta. Meta still just stuck, like not doing anything. Adobe this morning did well today. Here. Couldn't break down from this 250 and now going the other way. Let's take a look at our secondary list, PLTR, sideways for the most part. Again, after 10, just nothing. Oracle did break down lower. Bat L, that's messy. This thing is not tradable. Looks all over the place. Nvidia, again, 10 o'clock. What are we waiting for? What is the market waiting for? Meta, same thing. Adobe, a little bit better. Coin, look at Coin. Sideways. Just nothing to see here. MSTR did get a break though. MSTR did actually do pretty nice. After 10:15, nice breakout towards the high of the day, 146.39, and it's doing something interesting. And our popcorn tickers not doing a whole lot either. So yeah, it's been a heck of a day. What's that? Waiting for a tweet. Oh, I actually pulled up. I thought it was a ticker. Then one.
Waiting for
It's
a
funny.
tweet. Well, that's not unreasonable.
It's not. It's not unreasonable. You are right. I actually wrote it.
Is it called a tweet anymore?
It's still called a tweet, and people still call it Twitter, and even like major news broadcasters still call it Twitter. Like I'll hear somebody come on Bloomberg Radio and say, "Oh, it's just I saw this on Twitter," and I'm like, "Dude, it's not Twitter no more. It's for a couple of years now," and people still it's so engraved in people's minds that it's what it is. It's what it is, and they still call it a tweet. Nobody calls it a post. Post is so boring. Let me post something. What? No.
Yeah.
That's not. That's no character, Peter. It's no character at all. Let me post something. Nah.
Yeah.
Tweet about this. So.
Are we? What's our like count here? Have we hit our number? We're not quite there yet.
No, we're not. So. Yeah, we're not gonna.
We need just 12 more people. Sorry, 22 more people.
Yeah. Once you do
10:30 alarm just went off. Here we are. Right. I can't believe we're only an hour into the market. Feels like longer, Carlos.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh. What have we got going on here today? Let's see. It's a relatively unusual day when Paris in the chat room, he's trading USO. When that's not his normal trade. That's not what Paris normally is going after. So that's a little weird.
All right. Spies trying to push higher. I don't see anything. I love PLTR sideways. Trying to see if anything's at the VWAP or anything, any kind of breakout. Adobe is pushing higher. I saw Meta starting to move here, starting to gain some ground. But again, I don't have a strategy here. Maybe a high of day breakout. I really don't have a strategy there. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Hopefully, I don't give you an echo. Give me 1 second. I'm going to give you an echo. Perfect. How's life, brothers? I had a pretty bad day, guys. What are you guys doing, chat room?
Same, man. Two losses today, and it's been rough, man. It's been a rough day.
Really?
So yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I'm really sorry. Hope that it was mostly my fault, man. I kind of got greedy on Nvidia, so greed really got me today. So let me share my screen so I can actually tell you quickly what happened. So you guys should be able to see my screen. Greed really got me today. So what happened was for today that Nvidia had a really big order, to the upside, and I really wanted to get a breakout of 186. So I kind of chased it. I saw it here for 1 minute to be range breakup, but I'm kind of chasing it up here, so scalp it, and then it dropped. I got out of it, early, so I didn't really get stuck in there. And then I came back up, got stopped out, added more. Really, this time I really wanted to go 186 this time, and I, added more, and I got stopped out. Came back up, I got stopped out. So it just really chopped me around, and I wish I could actually in this one I could partial a little bit, but turned out to be really bad. Same as Tesla. Tesla also came up twice, so I went long, got stopped out, long twice, got stopped out. The only trade that really worked for me was TQQ. I went long here for the really nice breakout, but it wasn't enough to recover my losses. But what I see right now here is that market is trying to make a really nice bounce. So I'm considering maybe if Tesla closes above the VWAP, maybe we can get back in there again, but has been pretty...
Wow. Get some global alerts right now. It looks like the Dubai government is warning citizens of Iranian attacks.
It's going to be over. I think it's going to be over. The way that Iran is acting, I don't think they're going to leave it survive.
They're certainly not making many friends in the region. When you
Oh,
attack everybody around you, that's you know, that's problematic.
they're saying that if I go down, everybody has to go down with me. And that attitude usually is not really helpful.
No,
Uh,
no.
it's,
It's
bad
it
attitude.
usually gets everybody to say, "Look, even if we were ignoring you for decades, you're becoming a mad dog, and we got to put you down." So,
Yeah, it's very
fortunately,
unfortunate. Unfortunately, that country. So I come from that country. My mom is still there. I still have family there. Such a so much potential, and that's why they don't want to leave. Like because there's so much money, so much potential in there, and when you have that country, you really want to hold tight on it. So um, that's unfortunate, very very unfortunate. But such is life. Life has never been really.
such is life indeed. All right. Well, what we're worried about is, how does the market react to that? And we're watching it because it's this market is very sensitive right now. Very sensitive. So,
Yeah, that has been not great. So, did you trade anything, Peter?
no, I had two trades that I probably should have taken, but I didn't end up taking either one. I was watching Meta before the open with their sort of bad news. They had to delay the release of their latest AI. I thought that was a drop, and it dropped early, so I missed that. But it was a great move lower, sort of just pre-market and then into the market open. And then we were watching Adobe for that bounce off the VWAP. That's sort of I did a webinar for our Available Traders members just a week ago on this on sort of that VWAP bounce type trade, and it's set up. But I am sorry, Andrew. I don't know why I didn't take it. It's take the damn trade. I was a wimp.
Take the damn trade. That's good, actually. I think it's, not taking a trade, it's better than over trading. I think, I prefer
True.
to have this attitude of not taking a trade rather than just over. Like today, I over traded. So I think the money that you don't make is better than the money that you lose in over trading.
True. In general, that's true, but it can be frustrating in the short term because, of course, you see these opportunities that, frankly, you're just not taking advantage of. So,
Yeah.
in any event, look, at least I'm break even. That's better than red, right?
That's
So,
way better, really. Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing. Here's the situation that we're having. It's this week, $40,000 profit traders. The funded account traders, $40,000. So we had a couple of really nice, again, good traders going into the system. So that's pretty awesome. Um, Congratulations. The funded account is going really well.
good. That's good to hear.
Yeah, I mean, it's really like a video game. Like when I trade the A trade, feels like really, really like a video game. You just have to press the right button at the right same time, the pattern recognition, playing with the computers. I feel like it's really like a video game.
And sometimes that's considered a negative thing, right? That you don't want to play it like a video game, that it doesn't matter. But I would argue the way you are expressing it, Andrew, is that it's actually a good thing because the money is just like points in a video game, right? You're doing it to win the points, but it doesn't matter so much that you're actually changing your behavior in the game to get those points, right? You're just trying to make it work, and that's good because the biggest problem that most of us traders have is that you start second guessing yourselves. You start trying to protect your money, and like they say, never trade with scared money. That's when you start making emotional mistakes. So it's a good way to be. Good way to be. Oh my goodness, look at this market. It's not quite sure what it wants to do. It started uncertain, it moved up, it's moved down, it's sort of back midpoint a little bit. Nvidia looked like it was going to go red, but bounced off of yesterday's close and is staying green. Tesla did the same thing. right? It bounced off of the previous day close, back up to VWAP, down very quickly, bounced off of it again. So you can tell, to me, those are clear signs of uncertainty in the market. So we'll see. I mean, there's still lots of day left if you're willing to trade all day. But again, no, we're very news driven. So look at, just need one tweet. Or sorry, what are we calling it now? One post.
One post, one X.
One X, one Truth Social thing from the president. It's
one Truth Social. Like, Mr. President, come on, help us. The market has been super choppy. Do please. We are waiting for one more tweet.
Make some statement that's going to move the market.
Exactly. Yeah.
We'll see. All right, guys, we need a few more thumbs up. We'd really appreciate that if you can give us some thumbs up. Maybe a thumbs up for Andrew's honesty and sharing his red day. They're not all green, right? It may feel like it sometimes because Andrew's, usually posting good numbers. He's doing well, but not every day. That's the reality.
Exactly. No, I mean, I'm having a really bad day, like $28,000 loss. So not great. Not great. Not great.
Well, it shows the reality of where we're at. So
reality of what we are. Trading is hard, guys. Trading is really, really, really hard. So it's not that easy that you guys can get
there we go. So
get the trading. So
looks like I just needed to refresh. So now there I've refreshed. We're well over 400. So Carlos, if you get things set up, we could maybe look at doing today's giveaway for all of our friends that have stuck with us.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm ready. Friday
maybe we can
13,
do
use that.
What have you got a hashtag you want to use today?
Yeah, let's use
Andrew
Friday.
Or
yeah, what do you want to use?
Hashtag Peter.
Oh,
hashtag Peter.
Wow.
Hashtag
Peter, I like that.
My amazing friend Peter.
Okay, all right.
Peter.
I like it.
Hold on.
Why not?
Hashtag Peter. We'll set it up right now.
No, I gotta win this one. Come on. Hashtag. I'm entering. Here we go. It's all about me, baby. It's my favorite hashtag. Make it about me.
All right, here we go. It's set up. All right, we'll give it a second here.
Okay.
As people jump on. All right. Hashtag Peter friends. Feel tired today. Feel like a long trading day. All right, 132 entries.
Okay.
And
let's go, everybody.
Let's do it here. Friends, hit that thumbs up too over on the YouTube channel. We have 391 likes so far. Let's get to 400. I think we could do it. 851 people watching.
Oh, we're over 400.
Oh, we are. Oh, maybe I gotta refresh. Excuse me. Oh.
Yeah, I had to refresh as well. It's stuck there. But looks like we're at 427. Yeah. See, I did the same thing.
441. Awesome. You guys are great. Okay. All right. The winner for today. Let's go ahead over here and we're going to choose the winner. Goes to Anchor J7V. Anchor J7V. Congratulations. Not you, Peter, or not me. It's just crazy. Let's see if
that's all right. We'd rather go to the people that can use it out there. That are going to take advantage.
That's it.
Congratulations.
Man. That's it.
That's good. Yeah, we got the oil futures and prices are going up right now. Looks like it's getting a little bit of a recovery. So, hey, random thing, Carlos, and for everybody out there, you guys all remember the conversation we had yesterday about high school and how nervous it is to ask somebody out, or to dance at the high school dance?
Yeah.
And I was mentioning yesterday how, like, I mentioned that, and I said, if there's a supermodel, like, now at my age, like, I wouldn't hesitate to ask them. So, and I mentioned Halle Berry's name. Just, I don't know why she came to mind. I mentioned that to my wife last night because she texted me like seconds after I said that and said, well, that's inappropriate. But she was actually answering a group text and joking about something totally different. So I told her last night and she laughed and said, oh, that's quite a coincidence. Why were you talking about Halle Berry again? I'm like, all right, never mind. I'm just
So she didn't care how much of a coincidence it was.
I went and got myself into trouble there, so I thought that was very funny. So, anyways, it's I could have just avoided it. She had no idea what I was talking about, and then but I'd rather her find out for me than not that she's ever going to go online and watch our recorded videos, but you never know. It's out there. It's available.
Peter,
Andrew,
if you go back in time,
yeah,
trading, what would you do differently?
If I went back in time, I developed some really bad habits when I started trading. So, and which is why now I'm like so risk adverse and I struggle to get into trades when I know I should. So if I could go back in time, I would actually go back, and when I went live, I would have better managed to trade a smaller size. I was so eager to make money that when I had a little bit of early success, I increased my size significantly and then had a bunch of big losses, which just terrified me. And I went back and forth between this. So I go to a smaller size and it would work, and then I go to a really big size and then I would lose money. And of course, you always lose a little more than you won because I had increased my size so quickly. So if I could go back, I would just stick with the small size for a long time, build your confidence, build slowly.
Yeah, I love that. That's a very good point. Slowly building the confidence. What how did your strategy change over time?
My
Like
strategy is really,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a very organic evolution. People were asking me about this the other day when I was doing my webinar because I developed strategies very slowly. And I didn't realize that at first, how slow I am to actually modify and change my strategies. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just I have to acknowledge that and work with it. So my strategies evolved where, often I thought I was actually going to be trading one type of strategy. And in the process of trying to work on that strategy and watching it repeatedly, I realized, you know what? I'm seeing other signals, and let me figure out how those signals work. So, for instance, my mountain pass that I talk about all the time, which is a pretty involved technical strategy, right? There's lots of elements to it. But that evolved from what actually I thought was a moving average cross strategy. That as I was watching that, and I realized, well, the moving average cross happens late in the price action. How do I move that earlier? And I realized by watching it, you can actually move it earlier and preempt that and get some good signals. So I think my strategies are very slow evolutions. The 1 to 10 strategy that I trade towards the close evolved because I was, Andrew, as you know, like I trade in the chat room the last hour and I'm watching, I'm saying, boy, this stocks move exactly 10 minutes to the close almost every day. So it's an investigative process. Why? Why do they move? What can I learn from that? Is there any pattern to it? How do I take advantage of that pattern? So for me, it's a very slow evolution of strategies, and it's never I didn't read a book, find a strategy, and go and work it. I found that I had to watch for a long period of time, figure out what I can see, what makes sense to me, and build from there. And I think that's tough for people because everybody says, well, just tell me what works. Well,
Yeah.
what works for me is definitely not what works for you, Andrew, and it's not what works for Carlos, et cetera, right? We all have to sort of build something around our own, the way our brain is wired, the way we think, the way we watch the market.
Do you think trading has become easier or more difficult compared to when we started like 10 years ago?
People, it always feels like it gets harder, but I think that's the perspective of like, how we always like to think in the good old days, everything was easier. I honestly don't think it's any harder, but I think it's changed. It's definitely changed, and you have to change your strategies and your view of the market with time as the market evolves. So, in some ways it's gotten easier. The tools are better, right? They're faster. They're much more reliable. They're a lot more reliable now than Andrew when you and I started. Remember DOS used to go down and you get market data outages. You rarely see that anymore. So it's much more reliable. So that's good. I think there's more indicators. They're more flexible. So all of that is good. The tools and training that is available is so much better. That's good. Where it's gotten more difficult is the market predictability has gotten, there's less predictability and the market moves faster, right? We have the immediacy of the news that comes out. We were just joking about, waiting for the next tweet. Mr. President, give us a tweet or give us a message, right? So there's all of that impacts the market a lot more in the short term than it used to. It used to be that you could sort of predict those things and manage against trends a lot easier. So, I don't know that that's good or bad overall. I think, as long as you acknowledge it and work with it, trading net is probably just as hard as it ever was, but it's a different type of hard, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah,
How
it's
about you? You've been very successful in your career, and obviously trading has, today's not a good example, but overall it's done very well for you. If there was one thing you would go back and tell younger Andrew to do differently, what would that be?
that's a very good question. If I go back in time when I was starting in that, like I would have probably traded a little bit more on a simulator. Uh, I think I think I jumped into live trading way too early, and I remember some of those big losses that I had. It could be easily avoidable if you had a little bit more simulator. But in those times there was not a lot of information and simulation and platforms that easily available. Like DAS was, the trading view simulation was horrible at that time, and DAS was the first simulator that was actually give you the real-time access very close to the market condition with level 2 and everything. And now you have trading terminal, you have so many other platforms that give you this simulation. So I would definitely stay a little bit longer on the simulation to avoid those early stupid losses, learn the platform, which indicator to use and that kind of thing. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, trading view simulator is still not great. Like that's why I'm hoping that to build something that, maybe our charting is not as powerful as trading view, but our performance for real-time simulator would be better. So that's my really hope.
Yeah. And so 305 cell 6, you're asking, a good question that a lot of people ask, right? How long does it take? There's no absolute answer to that. All I can say is treat it like a business. Put together a business plan, right? How long do you want to spend building your strategies? How long do you want to spend testing and working your strategies in a simulator? At what point do you want to go live? How much money are you willing to risk total? How are you going to break that down so you make it sustainable? Like there's a whole big plan you have to put together for yourself. However long your plan is, for some people that's several months, for some people that's several years. Whatever plan you make for yourself, once you've finished the plan, immediately double the time frame. That would be my best advice, because it's going to take longer than you think. And you never know, because there's going to be something that's going to go wrong, right? It's sort of like if you've ever built anything, right? If you've ever gone into a big construction project, right? Take whatever time they give you and add time to it. They're never going to be done to schedule. I think trading and learning these stuff is the same thing. Take whatever time and literally double it. And you may look at that and say, well, that's crazy. Like you might think it's going to take 6 months, and you say, well, I'm not going to double. That's a year. I can't afford to just spend a year learning this. Look, that's probably your reality. And if you don't think you can afford it, maybe you need to go back and rethink the process. I'm not saying don't trade, but find a way in which you can do it in the time frame that it requires. It's going to take a while. I'll tell you, in my specific case, I'll be honest, I thought I was going to be a consistently profitable trader within 2 years of starting. It really, before I got to even remotely to the point I thought I was going to get to, it took me over 5 years. So it took me a lot longer than I expected. And I thought I was coming with all sorts of intelligence and background and experience. I learned the hard way. I had built bad habits that I had to sort of break down and work through. It took a very long time. But and everybody's definition of successful is different too, right? Is successful not losing money? Is it making a certain target of money? Is successful feeling good about it, right? Like, anyways, there's just so many variables. But the best general advice I can give you is build a plan, double the timeline.
Yeah, exactly. And be reasonable. Like, don't push yourself too much. I know a lot of people, like I started trading when I got laid off, but you can't really push it just because you want it to work now doesn't
Right.
mean that it has to work for you. Like, it just, sometimes you have to get a job. And I did get a job. I had a job until 2019. I started Variable Traders in 2017.
That's
And
true.
for 3 years, I had a job. I still coming to the chat room and everything. I had the job because I wasn't really feeling comfortable to become a full-time day trader. So the life works on their its own schedule, not on your schedule.
Yeah. And I didn't know. I remember there was like 2 years in there. I didn't even know you had a job because we were just doing the chat room together. You would come in and trade the open, and because you're in Vancouver with the 3 hour offset, you could sort of trade and then go off and do the job. I just thought you were
Yeah,
doing
no,
other
one of
things.
the reasons that I kept the job wasn't really the money. Like I was feeling really comfortable trading, and I wasn't. It wasn't real the money. What I wanted to buy some properties, and for mortgage, they really needed the employment because they don't like the income from trading because they consider that as not very, consistent.
Reliable or consistent. Yeah.
So I just kept the job somehow on the side to be able to get the mortgage because I have 4 properties. But after that, I reached a point that okay, I can start really getting away because I don't plan to buy more properties. Like I have 4 houses, so
There you go. You had all the property you needed.
yeah, it's just I don't honestly I lost my belief in properties. I don't invest in real estate anymore. I don't think it's a
It's
good.
a tough game, especially when you buy property directly. People always say that, right? Buy land. They're not making any more of it, but it's different when you're buying like an actual house or a property because now you got to be a landlord and you got to manage it, and that's to me that's a crapshoot. It can go
And the rate of
really.
return as well. Like when I remember in 2018, I bought a house in Vancouver, $1.6 million. I put $600,000 down, and I got a mortgage $1 million, and I've been paying mortgage and interest and everything in that time. In that time, 2018, the SPY was 195. I remember that, and now SPY is at 700. So S&P 500 is, if I put that $600,000 in the market, it would have been 2 million, $2.3 million by now without doing anything. No tax,
Right.
nothing, it's just growing by itself. Now that house is still $1.6 million. And I collect a little bit of a rent, yes, but I'm paying $50,000 a year interest on it. There's property tax, there's insurance, there's maintenance, there's vacancy, and it's
And squirrels.
just and squirrels, and yeah, I have to go catch a squirrel. And recently, rats. I sent a group to catch some rats, and are you
Oh my.
kidding me, man? So yeah, I kind of lost my the primary resident is good because you pay your mortgage, there's some tax
Right.
deduction in US and stuff, but just keep adding portfolio of real estate. I think I lost it. It was good from 2009 to 2020, 22 because we had
Right.
like 12 years of zero interest rate period, but now it's getting much more difficult.
Yeah, I think when housing prices are rapidly appreciating, then like most investments, right? That seems like a great thing, and you can get value out of it. But yeah, it's tough in a stagnant market uh, when real estate's not booming like it was.
Yeah. And my real estate should be like this. Like, Vancouver real estate was going up 10% every year. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, real estate should go slowly and slowly. And when the real estate goes up like crazy, usually, they have to really cool it down. Like in 2022, 2021, especially 2021, it was just crazy. Like the prices, the transactions was unbelievable. So that's not sustainable. They have to slow it down. And real estate should have to go like 2% a year, like 1 to 2% a year, like it's like inflation.
Right. Wow. USO. I'm looking at oil here. It's oil index is moving higher.
But this is slowly going up. USO.
It's not back to where it closed yesterday, but it is going higher. Nvidia, on the other
Yeah.
hand, is dropping lower. So.
All right. So I know, Peter, we're gonna go to Egypt. So what day are you getting to Egypt?
I'm getting there like really early on the Friday, the 27th. So I actually
Ah,
fly noon. I leave Toronto noon on the 26th, and then we get in
nice.
like 4 a.m. on the 27th because I think that we've got a dinner that night, right? I want to make sure I get there for that.
Yes. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah.
Yeah,
Super
looking
exciting.
forward to it.
It will be super exciting. All right, I see Thor, you're coming. Your sign is not on. You're not
Oh, wait,
on
hold
air.
on. I need my sign.
We're not on
It's
air.
not real. He's not real until the
There we
sign
go.
is on.
Uh,
Gotta
It's
look
like hot
fancy.
donuts.
now
Hot
you are
donuts.
on
We need the
air.
on-air sign.
I need my on-air sign. Good thing I was dressed, because that
Oh
could
my
have went
goodness.
that could have went poorly very quickly.
Yeah, no pants is not
Uh,
usually a good look.
yeah,
No,
thank you.
it's good for
That's
stress. It's less
that's
stressful when you trade with no pants on. I've heard
well,
that.
that's the OnlyFans version of this chat room.
Under the desk cam. Okay. That got dark
right.
fast.
Yeah, enough of that. All right.
Oh my God. Back
All
to
right,
trading.
guys, handing it over to Mr. Thor. It was great trading. And how was your trading, Thor? I had a pretty bad day. So what about you?
I'm in a short on ES that I've been in for I don't know, about an hour or so now. So it's going pretty well. So
Yeah,
I actually had a really poor performing month up until like the past 2 days, like or 2 or 3 days. The market, I'm bearish all the time, and the market finally went really bearish for a couple of days. So it's nice of it to help me out because I was having a pretty slow month, but it's been a bit better.
yeah, absolutely. Nice. So we'll see. Yeah, I still have a positive week, but it wasn't easy for sure. So next week, hopefully, we get better breakouts. Thanks, guys. Handing over to Thor. Thanks, Peter, for the great discussion, and talk to you soon.
Anytime. All right. Take care. Have a great weekend, everybody. Don't forget, it's one of these weird days. It's Friday, the 13th.
Friday the 13th, and the SPY's at 6666. What else do you want?
Yeah.
Oh,
my
no
goodness.
wonder I'm
It
having a
is.
good day. These are all my lucky numbers.
Well, there
It's
you
so funny
go.
how the
See?
previous day close of the SPY was 666. I didn't even notice that from yesterday.
Yeah, I just was noticing
man.
that. I didn't want to
Just
say
there a
it
few
to
minutes
freak
ago,
people out.
666, the devil number, Friday the 13th. Oof.
Oh man, I knew I should have just. This is
Stay
why I
home.
shorted
Stay home
everything
today,
today.
Here we
guys.
go. Here we go.
Carlos,
We're
I'm getting
ready.
on an
All right.
airplane today, man. I can't stay home.
Just if your C is number 13, I love you, brother. Good luck.
Oh my, I think it is. I think it's 13E and 13F or something. No.
Wow. Well, there you go.
I'm taking my son to DC for the weekend because it's a spring break. So my boy and I are gonna go rummage around the Capitol and see if we can get caught up in something stupid.
Fun.
Good, man. I'm sure you'll be fine. Have fun.
Don't get arrested. That's not what you want to teach your son.
No promises. No promises. We
No
are from
promises.
Florida.
All right.
We are
that's
from
fair.
Florida.
That's fair
So anything can happen. And Peter with the knife and the mask in the background with the Nizy. I just think the Nizy with the garbage truck parked in the middle of it, by the way, is my new favorite thing on the
You
planet.
like that? Yeah.
This needs to be my screensaver for my
There you go.
computer.
There it is. Let's see if we can get it.
Hey, do we have any traders in DC that would like to hang out? Maybe on like Monday, what is this Monday coming up, Peter? Shoot, Monday the something?
16th?
The 16th? If there's any traders on the YouTube who are in the DC area and would like to meet up, maybe Monday evening, we could all hang out. I'm gonna have some time. I don't leave till Tuesday evening because I'm taking my time. So we could all hang out, have a drink, and converse about all things trading.
In the chat room, there's a couple people. Rafzilla, he's in the DC area. And
What?
Art, long-term member Art. They're both in DC.
Raf, I don't have the BBT chat room pulled up right now. So, but Raf, dude, can you help me coordinate this or what, man? Let's make this happen. I would love to have like a Monday evening, like everybody hang out. Is Paris in DC right now?
I don't think so.
Oh, someone said isn't Paris in DC?
He's been all over the place. I thought he was in Vancouver.
Who know? I thought he was in
family.
Vancouver. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Last I had heard, he was in
me too.
Vancouver.
So, all right. Well, enjoy DC. Go go see the Lincoln Memorial, reflecting pool. There's all that stuff. It's a good.
Yeah, I was hoping for the cherry blossoms, but
blossoms?
there was a little bit of a freeze there, so I'm hoping it doesn't kill the cherry blossoms.
Yeah, Yeah, it might be a little early for that. Well, no, I guess it's this time of year, isn't it?
No. It's this is we may not be peak, but
Yeah.
I think it's
All right.
happening.
Well, enjoy, sir.
I shall. Thank you, sir. All right. So Paris is in DC, he just said in the chat room. So can y'all like I need some Monday evening. We should all hang out. That would be so much fun. Rafzilla, if you can hear me, I don't know. I'll have to message Rafzilla. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. Are you in DC? So Simon, I used to live in right near North Carolina. I grew up in South Carolina, and we used to go up to North Carolina for vacation. Chimney Rock is one of my favorite places in all of like I don't know, almost the country actually. Chimney Rock, North Carolina. It got hit really bad by a storm recently, but I freaking love it. So the short on ES here was we're in a wide range. Now it's a lower, wider range. So I would prefer to short R3, but in this instance, we opened above R3. That would be so fun. Grok says they're budding in DC right now, but they're predicted. All right, so we'll probably maybe be a little early then. So, but that'll be okay. So here's what happened. So because we're in a wide range, we're in a wide range. Let's see. Hold on, I'm coordinating now. I'm coordinating. Anybody in DC? Anyone want to meet in DC? YouTube. Anyone in DC? I'm gonna try and put together a hangout for. Cool. We're doing it. Nope. I live in Florida. I'm in Florida right now. I'm gonna be in DC by this evening. So one of the great things about airplanes, but it's my son's spring break started today. So we wanted to go someplace together and hang out and have some dad son time. And so we're hopping a plane and we're flying up to DC for the weekend. I've never done the Smithsonian. So and can I tell you guys, can I tell you how excited I am? Nice, Mad Props. Did you send me an email? Someone sent me an email and then I didn't get it till after the date that they had left. But if not, you should have. Um, yeah, it was you. I got JD and me. I got us one of those golf cart tours that looks like the little like fake Rolls-Royce golf carts or whatever to just drive us around and show us all the like monuments and stuff like that. So I'm so excited. So that should be fun. So anyway, so because we're on a wide range, the expectation is we're going to close inside today. Right. So I never had an expectation of us going outside. And then one of the things we've been developing for the CAM system is actually a monthly trading system for swings using monthly levels. So we literally wicked right into monthly support 4 from the underneath. So this is a breakdown range on the month. And this is a pretty big line in the sand. So we wicked right into it and then started selling. And then when we pulled back up to R4 from underneath, when we made the new low, I went short there, 2 contracts above high of day. And that was it. So far, as you can tell, I'm up really good money on this one. So I have right now basically above this range. We really should not reclaim this range. So if we rally back up to here, I'll cover out of it and still make a few grand. So, but as of right now, but I'm going to give myself the opportunity to see if we can make it all the way down to ATR low at S4. But I only risked about maybe $800 on this position. So either way, I'm going to make way over 3 times my money on this one. So it's a good one. I hope not. I hope ES doesn't go back to R3. If it does, then I'm going to get stopped out of this position. Or I'll take profit on this position. But it should not go back to R3 at this point. It should complete its transition to S4 and then bounce and close likely somewhere near pre-market low. I also like that we've made new lows of day after 10:30. So I've got a pretty decent IB statistic with me here too. But the market is very squeezy. So I'm not going to let it come back too much against me just because I was actually going to take I was going to take a Friday today anyway. So I had such a good trading week this week. I had actually come in today thinking I was I was thinking yeah, I was actually thinking maybe I don't even take a trade today. And then that bounce off of S4 was so sweet. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. But we'll see, kind of a moment of truth here. If we move much higher than this, we'll start buying again. So, and if we do, I'll get out of it, and then that'll be my day. Yeah. Wide pivot means wide range. Oh, my pleasure. I would not long Meta. I haven't even looked at it yet, but I'm just gonna say that right now. Yeah, no. I would not long Meta. So Meta started off its day. Let's just get rid of the cams for a second, just so we can look at this objectively and look at the volume. For a lot of my mentees, when we go to analyze volume, I actually tell them to take the cams off for a minute so they can really, because cams give you ranges and those ranges will bias you, because you're in a buying range, you're going to look for buying, right? So you can see here, big hard sell, and then we chop around here, but that was a really big sell. So we exhausted our sellers at the open. So a relief rally would be expected. But so we pulled back, and as we came back up, notice how we stayed almost completely in the sell side of things, right? So we never really caught a large buy. The only large buy we caught was when we were at the high of day, and it was a really aggressive push all the way into heavy that we immediately started selling again and then back into selling. This ticker overall is selling, right? So you're not going to want to long this ticker because this ticker right now is in a distributionary phase. So you're going to want to find ways to get short on this ticker. So for instance, if it squeezes, let it come back up to near the open price and then short the open price back to ATR. Now we are at ATR low, which is why we're bouncing from here, right? Because this is ATR low, this is as far as we're really projecting to go down today on this particular ticker, right? So that's why you kind of have what you have going on there. Squeezing. I really wouldn't think we would go all the way back up there today, but it is what it is. If it does, I'm going to get out because I'm making good money on this one. I mean, our broader trend is still so wide on this thing. I just got to make sure I give this room. A lot of the times, so one of the things that's difficult with being a range trader is dealing with prolonged pullbacks. But you can see even here the volume has not been super strong on this rally. So, but we're kind of at a point, a line in the sand here, where if we go much higher than this, we will technically be buying more than selling. Second day with this 25K account, gained 26 yesterday. Today's gained 400. Need total daily profit to be less than 750, hence sell order at. Cool. So, if you want to trade with me in the mornings, there's two ways to really trade with me. The easiest or one or is through Peak Capital. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays when Peak Capital is in boot camp, I trade with Peak Capital. So that stinks. Of course he is. And then I'm also trading on the opposing days. I trade with my mentoring community, the Market Alchemists. That community I share with Dr. Vanessa Charland, who is a clinical psychologist specializing in cognitive behavioral therapy. So we have a really tight-knit group there that's really doing our thing. So those are the two ways to see me trading live. The other way is right here on YouTube. I only trade on YouTube from this time. So P Capital is open to anybody. Anyone can sign up for P Capital. I mean, it's got its own fee structure, I believe. I want to be right there. So I'm choosing my stop location based on technical aspects from the chart. So what I mean is as we're moving up, we kind of create stairs. So if you get decent enough at the recognition of it, you can start to see them. Like there's a stair here. I missed it. Right? You can see that there's a stair here. Right? And you can see that there's a stair here. I like visual metaphors, right? You can just go to my Instagram if you want, S5 at ThorYoungMA. All my links to all of my stuff are right there. So now look, so when I place my stops, right, my stops are above, I want to put my stop above a stair, or people call these ceilings and floors for support and resistance areas. But these areas happen because there's big orders. Gosh darn it. Like, would you just go to the candle already, you stinking magnet? Thank you. So notice this price from the pre-market. Look how well that responded here. Right? So since I have a stair here, I want to be above that stair. Now that I've seen this come back to here, if this rallies back up and buys that, well, it's very likely we're going to go up to there. So if we make a new low off of this low, right, then I'm going to come down and I'll put my stop above this stair, right, or this ceiling. right? And this just so when I manage my stops, I don't really have to draw a lot because I just look back and see where this high is, and then I just put my blue line above that high. That way I know like if it goes up and buys that, that's too high. We've been climbing for too long. No, Alex, I actually took it off. I used it for 2 days and then got remembered why I stopped using it. So I kind of have a rule for my screen, which is it's I all yesterday was Thursday mentoring there, so it wasn't a webinar, it was just Thursday mentoring, but I did upload the recording for it. The webinar was on Tuesday, and that should have already had the recording uploaded because my buddy Raf handled that, and he's pretty good about all that. All right, so we're moving a little lower. What do you think? You think we can run out ATR low on this thing? Pennies from heaven, GDP, PCE, JOLTS, durable goods. Why don't you run your own trade room where you live call your trades in real time? I'm a moderator at Bearable Traders, but I do have my own mentoring community, but where I help and work with my traders. But I don't have my own trade room because I'm a BBT moderator. So even in my mentoring community, I don't call out my trades because it's not really a trade community. It's a mentoring community where we work on developing traders. We don't necessarily like call the trades. And Bearable Traders, we do that. Okay, up to date. I received all three books in the mail, two by Andrew, one by Brian. I'm starting with Andrew's book, Advanced Day Trading Techniques and Dan Trades. In Andrew's book, he explains the difference between discretionary trading. I think inadvertently I am discretionary on options trading and mechanical on futures trading on a prop account. Carlos, I don't think that's inadvertent. I think that's necessary. So you have to be a lot more discretionary when you're trading options because options have decay. So like in an equity or like in a funded futures account or a funded equity account, right? You have different things you have to worry about there because you don't have an expiration based on time, right? You don't have, well, you do, but it's months away. So you're not really dealing with decay in the same way. But options have a burn time to them. The longer they sit static, the less money you make on them. So there are times in options when you should just cut them simply because they're not going anywhere, right? But I call that a burn rule. You know what I mean? So you should, I would make sure that you take some time to really define out what your criteria are for closing positions or entering positions on those so that it is consistent. But I do think with options, it's important to be a little more flexible because you're going to have to recognize when you've just been sitting somewhere for too long. It's just not worth your time anymore. We call it a soul tax. No, I don't use VWAP at all. Not that it's not valid. I just don't use it. So for me, and I now I'm saying mechanical is better, by the way. Which I agree is the best. My system is a very mechanical system, right? It calls my trades for me, and when I am taking ones that I would consider to be discretionary, there's a very big reason. They're off a very specific cam level or, something like that. So, but it's the way I manage all of my trades is very, very controlled and systematic. I have a very specific amount of risk. I have a very specific way I get in and out of positions. All kinds of that stuff. But yeah, I'm still short. I do not. I have traded crude. Sorry, Sean. I just saw I missed your question. I have traded crude, but I do not currently trade crude. Right now with the middle with the overseas stuff going on, crude is just way too volatile to trust setups on it. Like you can be because you could be in a trade for 3 hours and then one tweet, one drone, one whatever, and that thing's just it's just off. You know what I mean? You just don't have room for all those barrels? Oh my God, that's hilarious. I swear I had a dream once that I was gonna receive like a couple barrels of crude and I was gonna put in Andrew's address and have them delivered to his condo. I mean, how funny would it be just to have two giant barrels of crude just dropped off at the penthouse? Like, got you some crude, boss. Like, Merry Christmas, or Happy Expiration. I don't know. I'm glad some of you laughed just to know that I'm not the only, like, completely off person in here, but whatever. Yes, a half ton of corn, like just a dump truck of corn just dumped right on the front, right next to the Lambo. So on crude, Yoshimo, it can happen. Yes, actually. Right? So when you're trading crude futures, right, like in indexes like ES, they're cash settled. Some of the futures are not cash settled. They're actually physically settled, right? So now most of your brokers know that you can actually set in most of your brokers how would you like to be paid, and you can say cash settle, right? So even when that happens, you'll still get cash settled. But when you're trading crude, they technically are a physical asset. Like when you're trading gold, they're a physical asset, right? But the future that's being provided by like CME's futures are cash settled, right? But crude's not CME, right? I think crude is COMEX or is it NYMEX? I think it's COMEX. Hold on, I can tell you. NYMEX. So crude is NYMEX. No, no long. Oh, at S4? Maybe at S4. You could look to long the ES, but right now I would not expect a bounce on the ES today. Like we should sell all the way to ATR low, maybe S4. We will bounce, but that bounce will be very short-lived. We'll come up to maybe pre-market low. S3 close somewhere around there today, and we'll close lower today than we closed yesterday. Man, at this point, I think like if we bought back through this range, I'd be pretty much done. But let's see what happens here. This is going pretty nice, this position, huh? Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Good job, Chris. How's your week, buddy? Adobe, I'm not really into. I would leave it alone. If you'd like my opinion on Adobe, I would leave it completely alone. Like I wouldn't touch it with somebody else's wallet today. The reason I say that is because we started with heavy buying, which we exhausted right off the beginning, and we've just been chopping all day. For me, and when we chop, we're going from buying all the way to extreme selling. This looks like we've got large orders on both sides and we're bound. So I would not be really willing to play this ticker right now. I think you could really get caught in a lot of choppy action on this bad boy. AMD. Woof. Oh my God, AMD was almost a perfect R3 short other than being in a narrow range. It's a narrow range. We go outside. I would go for S6 if you're short. I would hold. I'd go for like 191 to 190.50. I haven't looked at the order book, but from the candle patterning here, I'd imagine the order book is incredibly bearish from the looks of the candle patterning. So there's no reason really to think we're going to bounce here. So if something happens to bounce here, then I'll let you know if I see something bounce. But for right now, that's not what it looks like. Man, we're having fun here. So I think I'm going to adjust. And if we go back up and we buy the open, or the CP, I mean, I'll consider that to be good enough for today. That's still going to lock me in like probably 3,500 to 4 grand, maybe a little more. Great day. No, I don't short R3 on a narrow range. I was saying if you are short because it's a narrow range, you should hold for S6. It was almost a perfect short at R3. And it shorts off of R3 all the time, Gatsby. The reason I don't take it is because that trip from R3 to S3 will hurt, right? It'll really hurt, right? It's going to bounce a whole lot because of the narrow range. It's going to be just really hard to stay in. So it's actually better just to let it get out, but if you're already in it, I would say hold it. Why don't I take the 6K? Because it's not my target. So I don't take my profit based upon my profit isn't based on targets. So I kind of came off of that maybe about 6 months ago or a year ago, where I stopped focusing on how much money I was making. On how much I stopped focusing on how much money I was going to make per trade, just a maximum amount of risk. And then I basically go for the big winner every time. Right? So I go for the big winner basically every time, as much as it'll give me. The only thing I don't do is I'm only willing to let it come back so far. Right? So if it comes all the way back up and breaks this level, we'll start buying, and that will be too inherently bullish for me to continue holding this position. So you can see here, it almost happened here. We got up here and we went right into light buying right there, and then capitulated and fell off. But we kind of got too heavy on our selling. So we're resting right now for a minute. And then we could buy off of here. We're in a support range, so we could squeeze here. It doesn't look like it, but anything can happen, right? Yeah, I loved ES better than NQ today. It was the wick off of S4 is what got me in. We had monthly support 4 here, and it wicked it to the penny, started selling, and then when it pulled back up, our volume was light. So I went short on the new low. Really fun play, actually. I'm really happy with it. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. The thing is what happened is I want to give myself I kind of have this concept that I commandeered, I guess, which is any of you have the Mel Robbins let them concept, which is, Tony Robbins just says like if someone's being mean to you or they're being rude, just let them because it just exposes them as who they are. If someone doesn't want to be supportive, then just let them not be supportive. If someone's not interested in you, then just let them not be interested in you. Like never really try and force outcomes, basically, right? So for me, like this is kind of in line with that concept, which I call it let it, right? Which is I don't like getting in the way of the potential of my stock trade. Like it could make it all the way there. Now maybe it won't, but I like to let it have the opportunity. But there's a certain point in time when I just need to take the money. But like a lot of people, with the amount I've risked, I'm winning over 4R if I go out here. So it's not like I'm making great money even if it comes up and stops me out here. But why not give it the opportunity? Let it have the opportunity to make me more. So I don't partial on the way down. I just get out when it looks too strong. So some people are like, oh, I like to lock in partial. So you'll see a partial, 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 and then an add and a partial, partial, partial. That works too. But for me, I don't like the adding and the partialing. So I just hold until I think it's time to get out. And then I just get out and take whatever I get. But at a certain point, like we should not come all the way back through here and buy the central pivot in previous day's close. If it is, we probably buy this level. And if we buy this level, we probably end up back at R3 or the open price because there's not a lot of range. There's not a lot of stairs here, right? So if we buy back up above this level, we're going to go all the way back up here, right? So I really don't want to hold past that. And if they run my stop and come down after that, oh well. You know what I mean? Again, let them. You know what I mean? I can't control if they come up and run that level, but by it going through that level, it's too inherently bullish for me to hold. And we have to remember that it's almost noon, and I'm going to be leaving for an airport in 30 minutes, right? So I would be perfectly happy with being out of this position also, prior to leaving for the airport. Mm. A new low of day. Why, hello. SMCI, let me look at it for you. Thank you for putting it again. Ooh, it's melting. Target on this one, if you were short on the lower narrow range from R3, right, which is working on this one, my target on this one would be at least 29.90. If not, because it's a narrow range, even 29.50 would have been my targets. Did we just start melting? Absolutely. This is a great trade. Now, again, I'm not going to call it because it's a narrow range, right? Look how choppy and beat up it was to get through this range. That's what I'm saying. This is why I don't call it, because it's a really hard play to hold. But if you got in near R3 on this one, again, this is a narrow range, so I'm expecting to go outside down here. All right, we made a new low of day there. Let's see what the response is to that low of day. Oh, I'm so happy with this trade. See, the fun thing too is it's like, no, if this comes up and runs my stop, it just means or it takes I get out for profit. That just means my trade's over. Either way, I've made great money today. You know what I mean? You're long in Q? I would be careful with that, boring trader. I'm not saying we're still a short right now, but I see no indication here that we are a long. Oh, thank you for that. So what do I mean by a stair? So ceilings and floors, maybe a better explanation? I mean, I guess the one thing I did like how they absorbed the cell volume. That does look like some bottoming action. So maybe you saw that. But still, I would just need to see a lot more for me to think this is going to start buying. So what I mean by stairs, right, is and so whenever I'm talking, when I want to look at my levels for the way down, I look at the way up. Because the way up shows you what you had to buy through, right? On the way up, you're buying through orders. On the way down, you're selling through orders. So if you want to know where to put your stops above where you bought from before. And these create our ceilings, or I call them stairs, because we stair step up. So you can see there's a high there. Every time I try and hit that high, it moves. Got it. See how there's a high right there? Look how we consolidated under it and then bought it and then came back to it, held it, and then bought off of it. Right? That is a ceiling that became a floor. Right? So if we buy back above that level again, that's a really good support. Right? So that's what I mean by a stair. Right? So the next one, right, you can see we pushed up, we came all the way back, we came up, 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 pushed, bought, came all the way back, held, and then back up. So you can see there's a floor here and there was a ceiling there. So once again, you can kind of go through and mark that. Pow. And now look, now if you go in time, look what you can see. See where we bounced off of? And then sold. And then look, we sold through and then offered back to. So when I'm placing my stops, one of the reasons I kind of used a pretty zoomed out charts is because when I'm trailing my stops, I stick them above these areas here where we've had to buy before because there was an order there, right? And if we're going to buy again, we have to go buy through an order. Ooh. I mean, come on. So like the next level we need to work through. Oh, we got lots of time left today. This is fun. My pleasure. And thank you for laying the message. You know how hard it is to keep up with this stuff. If you go back in time now, look, here's a ceiling here that we kind of went against and then bought through. Actually, maybe it's more like right about right there. So now you can kind of see what's going on, right? Look where we bounced, came all the way back up, bounced, went under. Let me get closer again. See what happened? See how we came under, came right back up to it? Wick, 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 hit, wick. That's because these are orders. So at this point, we've sold, offered, and sold. So we really shouldn't go back through this order. So I could pull my stop down now and go above that order if I really wanted to. 7-hour day is an amazing day. 7-hour day is an incredible day. Are you kidding me? All right. So we'll go ahead and come in. This is close enough. Like we're getting near the amount of time I want to be trading today. So if we pull a rally off of S3 and go back to the CP again, I'll just consider it too choppy and call this money. Let's see if we can get the rest of this run. If we're going to complete this run, it should happen in the next 15 minutes or so, I would imagine. So let's see what happens. We're getting into a lower, again, now that we've moved away from that order, there's not a whole lot of support underneath us. So we actually should be able to get a pretty nice liquidation here down to ATR low if we keep selling. I also like that we pulled back. Again, look how we offered right to the sell line. We couldn't start buying. We just went right back to the offer or the zero line and then kind of moved into selling again. So far, everything fits an advancing volume pattern to the downside. That is not a stupid question, Simon. Everyone handles risk management in a different way, and not everyone's at the same level of trading. So one of this is a trading show that is designed to cater to all levels of traders. So please don't ever feel like it's not a valid question. When we're talking about R, we're talking about risk versus reward. So if you risked $100 per trade you're taking and you ended at a 7-hour day, that would mean you made $700 that day, right? So 7 times your risk per trade. Now the concept of R can be a little interesting, right? Because the concept of R is a little arbitrary, right? Because it's 7R, but if you took 4 trades that lost and then you got like, 2 trades that won and those two, you could still end up at 7R. You know what I mean? So it all depends on how your risk management goes, right? So but basically what I really recommend is making sure you always have a maximum risk per trade and a max risk per trade and a max amount of risk per day or trades per day. As a beginner, I would recommend 2 at the most. And I know many of you are going to go, what? Yeah, I know. I've only taken 1 trade today on ES, right? And as you can see, I'm doing pretty well on this trade, right? I'm not needing, I'm not needing 3 other trades today, right? When you're a newer trader, volume is the only way you can make money. But when you're a newer trader, making money is not your goal, right? Your goal is to put money into your account over time and then just take bigger and bigger trades. But don't actually increase the number of trades. That's not how you make money. That's how you lose money. You will notice if you go back through your statistics, I guarantee what most of you will find is that the vast majority of your profitable days are done with 2 trading days or less. What do you think about this? My trade always lost around a half hour, but my maximum loss per trade is 1 hour, but my profit target is 4 hour. Do you think it's good? I think that's amazing. Oh, there's buying volume. Not happy. Look at that buying volume right off of S3 there. So we'll have to see what happens here. But this is probably will take me out. Did we have some news just come in? That's a lot of volume. So it's hitting a lot of sectors, right? So this is genuine buy volume coming in. This feels like news volume, like somebody tweeted something. I'll keep my news thing up to see if anything comes in. It normally takes it a few minutes. So Iran gives approval to Indian government for 2 source. for 2 liquefied petroleum tankers to sell through the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. So that's news. That's news the market's really going to like. Reopening the straits will certainly be something that the market would respond positively to. So if that starts to happen, we get out of this trade, right? So this is why we're above this stop level or this order here. If we go up and buy this order and start rallying back to the CP, we're getting out of this thing. You know what I mean? Well, so the price of oil will go down on news like that, Simon. That makes sense. Oh, okay. So that's last night news, not current news, like new news. But crude will go down on that kind of news. The reason crude's going up is because of scarcity, right? With the kind of stuff that was going on, crude is, you know, it's being seen as something that is potentially more scarce or harder to come by. That's why the valuation on it is going up. But anyone who's holding futures on crude, because crude's a month-to-month future. So anyone who's holding futures on crude, as soon as any news comes out that says that that's not going to change, then it just dumps. But I don't know if that's actually what this is responding to. We could have just had, I mean, we got near S3 and some ATR lows. This could have just been a big institutional algorithm that just offloaded a lot of, you know, that performed an action pretty widely. But the way it happened on so many tickers at the same time really gave it a news kind of feel to it. But you can see why I run stops behind the level. See what I mean? Like this is a stair here. We shouldn't buy back through this. So as soon as the news came in, it rips right up to that level, stalls on it, and then rolls over. If we make new lows here, right, then we probably continue our advance to the downside. Well, Chris, that's the thing. That happens, Christoph, is that what happens is this news hits, everyone gets excited about it, and then the algorithms respond to the news release, and then everybody goes, oh, wait, didn't they mention this last night already? And then the algorithm goes, oh, yeah, that wasn't really that important of the news. And that actually can end up with flushes, right? If the algorithm decides to dump. But right now, so we had a lot of buying happen right there, and that buying was very heavy, but not exhaustive. So if this goes up and starts making new highs, I'm definitely out. And we'll have a great day. I mean, getting out here, I still think I make like 5 grand today. I mean, that's a great day. Copied, by the way. So, I mean, let's go. This is exactly the kind of candle, though, that would get you excited and you would start buying long on just to have it flush. So, whatever. I'm not convinced. I'm happy I'm holding this still. Oh boy. If we make a new low here and the algo that bought all that buying, that bought there on that news decides to cough up the shares it just bought and throw those into the book, we're so gonna keep flushing. I'm super happy with my exit location now though. Like I definitely like being where I'm at. If we rally up from here, I'm so out. No, agreed, Keto. We completely failed the fair value on that. Like we had a big, strong buy candle. It was very aggressive. We offered its value area and nothing else bought. So there's just no real reason to think that that's like this is a buy yet. It was a very extreme buy that came in, but it was actually almost too extreme also. It was so much buying that came in there. That, if anything, maybe looks like a short cover. Yep, previous market low, previous day, pre-market low. Not previous market, pig, pre-market low. So so this currently this is it would be the session low on a future technically. There's a low of the RTH session and then a low of the ETH session. So we should call it ETH low technically, right? But on our equities it's pre-market low and it doesn't move. Oh, I love pre-market low because you got to think you stopped moving in the pre-market. You stopped moving down or up for a reason, right? And it's because there was an order there that was too big to buy or sell. Right, like today's entire action could have been just moving away from the large order at 66.40 so that they could fill it towards the end of the day. Right, so pre-market low is a great place for a target or a bounce. So we will see. Seems like the market's waiting with bated breath right now, hoping for a bounce here. I can kind of feel the bulls. They're like getting a little excited, like, is it okay for us to start buying yet? The one thing we have here on the price action here is we came down to make this low, but we did not make a new low below this candle. So that was a decent hold by not making the new low. So it'll be, so now we're going to come back up. It's going to be all about this guy here. So this is our we'll call it our news candle. So when our news candle came back out, this midline or this fib retracement here gives you a pretty good idea of what value would be on this big candle, right? The mid-level being fair value. You can see here we popped up, we then sold immediately back through its value area, which was a very weak response to that big candle. We then offered its value from the underneath and found a seller that drove the price back to the base of the candle or the bid of the candle. Right? So that's inherently weak price action. Right? We then move lower and we do not get sellers to come in, so we offer back up. Right? So but this 50% level is still going to be what's important. Right? So I would not even consider this thing a long unless we can buy above back to the top of this candle, offer its value area, and then move up. Right now, the price action on this candle looks very weak. Right? We had a big buy with a lot of volume, and the response to that was labored selling that came back down. If it made a new low, that'd be even worse. If we make a new low here, I would not be surprised to see a fair amount of volume hit on that new low. Because at that point, anyone who bought here and here are going to go, screw that noise. They're going to dump. Their orders are going to go into an empty book to the downside, and it's going to flush. No long. Don't long ES yet. I'm literally telling you that this thing's going to flush. The R to R ratio on this trade, I risked about $500 on it. No, I think we're going to go to S4. We came off of R4 and it's a lower range. S4 should be our buy level, not S3. It's too high to buy. We still got to flush out these lows. But again, I'm telling you, I don't think ES is a buy today. I think we're going to close low today. I think we will close under the CP today. Yeah. If you go long, only hold it for like a short period, and when it rolls over, get out of it. I mean, we're still trending to the downside. Like that buy candle didn't even break us out of a trend or anything. I would look for ATR low. There will likely be a bounce at ATR low, but I would not expect that bounce to be lasting. Woof. That's one heck of a prediction, John. All right, everybody. So I'm going to leave this position to marinate for a little bit longer and see if it can make it down here by the end of the day. Again, I'm going to go out if it buys back through that level that I marked. So I hope everyone had a really enjoyable week this week trading with Bear Bull Traders and coming by the YouTube. Please make sure to like, share, and subscribe. That keeps us coming back and bringing you more of this awesome content. If you have any questions, you can always throw me an email, Thor@BearbullTraders as well, or hit my social medias at ThorYoungMA on IG, at ThorYoung on X. Hope you all have a great rest of your week. Much love, people. Keep it green.